Good morning, ladies and gents. How's everyone doing? Everyone feeling good on this lovely Friday? I think it's a Friday. Pretty sure. Hopefully you're feeling good. I'm feeling good. I'm glad to have you all here. Much love to everybody. Rad, good to see you. Black Panther voiced by Christopher Judge. Really? That's interesting. I did not know that. I think it ended up getting trimmed and cut from the video, but in the original recording when I was playing it, I was like, I really like this voice actor, which is just, it's funny now that you say that. I'm like, oh, no wonder I liked it. Hi, Grapey Lion, Lincoln, good to see you. Jackson, it's definitely up there. Reboot, yeah. Oh, dude, it hits different. Luke finishing Callisto Protocol within a day. Guess he is more like Nadia than he would like to admit, just built different. So I got the review code like an hour and a half after we finished the stream on Wednesday. So I immediately installed it and started playing it. And I'm going to show you some stuff, because if you watched the review that just went up on the channel like 30 minutes ago, you might have seen some of this. The Callisto Protocol, because let me just paint the picture for you. The game was so totally broken, like for the majority of my game time with it, that the average session looked kind of like this. Okay, let me see. I think this, yeah, this is it. This is me loading in and starting to play. Okay, this is running off of, this was on the second computer I tried with a 3070 in it, running at 1080p, low settings across the board. Okay, well above the minimum requirements. Okay, like let's be very, very clear. Watch this. This is not the stream stuttering. This is not the like video player stuttering. This is the game. And to demonstrate, I'll keep moving around as it goes. Look how terrible this stutter is. This is what it actually looked like. This is recording on a separate PC through a graphics or a capture card. This is what was being sent out to the monitor. And this is what I spent like 8 hours playing the game with. This level of struggle. Oh, bro. My understanding is that this is a shader compilation issue, which basically just means that when it is trying to, like whenever a new item or new something or other appears on screen, it has to compile the shader. And so the shader has to be queued up and prepared. And when the engine doesn't do that properly, it causes stutters, because every time something new happens, it freezes up trying to do that. And then it causes these massive stutters. The positive thing is that as time goes on, it actually smooths out. And after those shaders have been compiled, performance improves. So when you initially enter areas, it's super stuttery, but after like 20, 30 seconds, it smooths out, and then it shouldn't be anywhere near as bad. And so for combat, a lot of combat encounters, the first time you start them, you might hit a stutter and then get jumped and, you know, die as a result. But after that, the shader's been compiled, and the second time you go through will be fine. I get stutters like this in Star Citizen 2 after a new update. Oh, dude, that sucks. And Star Citizen already is pretty rough in terms of shader compilation. It's just really, really discouraging and unfortunate. And so let me further explain this, because in the review I run through it briefly, but I want to paint you the full picture as well. So I finished playing this game. Look at that stutter. Oh, God almighty. I finished playing this game. It was last night at like maybe 5 p.m. Last afternoon, whatever. 5 p.m. I finished it. And so then I started writing the script. And I have my script pulled up on this screen. I mean, you guys can see it here. Or I guess this. I've got my like script pulled up here on the top screen and the lower screens, and then I've got the game right here. Or I had Steam. I closed the game through Steam. And so I had this pulled up, and I was just typing away. I was writing out the script, and I did a whole like paragraph of how horrible the PC port was, and it was the worst thing I'd seen since Batman Arkham Knight, blah, blah, blah. And then I notice a Steam update. I was like, what? And this, I don't think I mentioned this in the review. This was the second Steam update in like a 3-hour period. At 3 p.m. yesterday, right as I headed into the finale of the game, they dropped, like, I think it was a 14 gigabyte update file, which greatly improved performance. It still stuttered pretty bad, but it was a lot better. And so I played it, and I removed a good amount of my complaining after that 3 p.m. patch that was smaller. But then at like 6 p.m., they drop a 65 gigabyte patch, which basically just constitutes re-downloading the whole game at that point. Also, weirdly, when we were reviewing the game, it ran, or the download was 85 or 88 gigs. That was the game install size. But now if you install it, I think it's like 68. So somehow they shed like 20 gigs. I don't know how. Maybe that's relevant. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But so they issued 2 day one patches, as far as I can tell, within the span of about 4 hours, which is really weird. It's really freaking weird. So I don't really know what to make of it. What are you going to do? What I do know is after they released the 6 p.m. patch, I went through the beginning, and all of a sudden I didn't have stutters anywhere near like this. Oh God, look at this. Look at this stutter. Look at this one. Hold on. I run up to the building. Just watch when I go inside. Ready? Okay. Oh, well, it's loading. It's fine. It's loading, right? Walk through the door. I dare you. It's like, hold on. Oh God, man. It's frustrating. And here's the thing. I saw some mixed messages going out on social media. The publisher for this game was a company called Krafton. Krafton is a publisher. They are tied to like PUBG, is I think their biggest game that they cover. They've done some other stuff, but that's kind of the big thing. And they did not allow reviews to go up for any platform until launch, like the moment of launch. So last night, for me, it was last night at 10 p.m. for like, it was midnight Eastern is what it was. So you have to question like, okay, well, why? Because that's a conscious decision. Whenever a publisher sets a review embargo, that's a conscious decision. If it's 3 days before launch, I think any time between like maybe the day before and a week before is pretty standard. If you give reviewers more time than that, that's highly exceptional, and it shows that you are very confident in your game and it's polished like crazy. That's what we had with like God of War, right? Where they sent the game to reviewers like 2 full weeks early, which is crazy. That just never happens unless the game is very polished and they're very confident that it's going to be awesome. So whenever you see a studio do this and they withhold the reviews from going up until basically pre-orders have already been fulfilled, basically till it's too late for a lot of people. Red flag. That's not good. So I was already very suspicious when they sent the review code at the last minute, and they said you cannot say anything about it until the moment the game releases. Okay. And my understanding is that, or my deduction or inference from this information, is that they knew that the PC port was having major problems. How could you not know? I mean, you're looking at this footage. How could you not know? Like, it's terrible. So they knew that the PC port was like this, and instead of letting reviewers communicate that to the public, they pushed back and limited when reviews could go up, and kind of tried to bury it. And it's stupid because the patch fixed a good amount of it. I know a lot of people are having trouble with the PC port right now, from what I understand, even after the patch. What I'm telling you is if you're having trouble with the patch, like as you're playing the game right now with new drivers and stuff, just imagine what it was like like yesterday, 2 days ago. It was that times 30. It was terrible. And here's the thing that's like extra stupid about it. Because the review embargo was set up like that, and because the day one patch that supposedly fixed a lot of this stuff came out at the last possible moment, like literally 4 hours before the game released, because of that, reviewers like, Skill Up, who's in Australia, I think is where he lives. He might live in LA. I have no idea. But any reviewer that's not like on the West Coast probably was asleep, or at the very least at home getting ready to go to sleep at the time the replacement patch dropped. So they have no idea that a lot of this stuff was fixed. So it's just like across the board, the stupidest thing they could have done. Because now all of these reviewers, and I said it in my review, said be prepared because the PC reviews, I'm sure, are going to tear the game a new one, and rightly so, because until 4 hours before launch, the game was horrible on PC. Like, terribly broken. After that happened, like after the patch went up, I actually had a decent time with it, and I didn't have too much trouble. I still stand by the other things that I would say, like even if the game runs really well, like on PS5, which my understanding is the PS5 port is actually pretty solid. It's pretty standard for Unreal Engine games. They're usually better on console than they are on PC, unfortunately. But even if the game runs well, it still has a handful of problems. I still think that the story is painfully boring. The characters are terribly underdeveloped. The game is a lot shorter than they said it was. They said 12 to 14 hours, I'm pretty sure. I finished it in 10 hours and 20 minutes. And that includes time in the menus tinkering with graphical settings. Realistically, it was probably like 9.5 hours to get through it. Which, I didn't rush. And I played on the medium. They have it ranked minimum security, medium security, maximum security are the difficulty options. I played it on the middle setting, which is what I usually do for reviews. Try to do what most people will play it on. And I blasted through the game. Not because I was skipping stuff. I fully upgraded all the weapons, not all the weapons. I think one I didn't really mess with. The tac pistol, whatever. But that was mainly because the shotguns are pretty overpowered by themselves. So, I didn't skip anything. I clipped along through the game at a pretty good pace, and it was way shorter than I had seen, which is just weird. Devil-Eyed Elvis, thank you so much. Hold on, let me adjust the music.
Devil-Eyed Elvis donated $10 through Super Chat.
Thank you kindly.
Luke Stevens live, it didn't fix it. It's shaders, so the second time you run through the game, it's better. Try it on a fresh machine now, and it'll be the same.
I believe that. I even tried it on Steam Deck, and same issues on Steam Deck, which is unfortunate. But no guarantee it'll work. Yeah, and the sucky thing about the shader issues is just there's nothing you can do. It doesn't matter how powerful your PC is. Doesn't matter how fast your SSD is. Doesn't matter how much RGB you have. It's just gonna run crappily, and it's gonna stutter, and you can't do anything about it. So it's unfortunate. Second time you run through the game, it's better. Yeah, well, and that's kind of what we're going to see today when we try the game. I was going to play it on PS5 today, but I just got an email from GameStop that my PS5 copy of the game has been delayed till tomorrow, which is just tremendous. I might actually go about returning it now. I'm kind of pissed about it. But that just means we're going to have to try it on PC. And as a result, it probably means that your exposure to the game here on stream is going to be a lot smoother than if you were playing it on your own PC, because I've already played through it. The shaders are already cached, right? So it's going to be interesting. I would not recommend this game on Linux Steam Deck. The game uses de novo DRM, which means changing Proton version 5 times equals instant lockouts. Ooh, yeah, that's bad. That's bad. I will say I got it right. I actually recorded the video on my phone. I can show you. Meanwhile, Hermione, my cat, kept trying to walk in front of it. So, hold on. I'm going to hold it up to the camera like a boomer, okay? You ready? You ready? I could, like, actually show you, but... So this was the segment overlooking, like, a snowy area. It's kind of washed out on this, but you can see it's running on the Steam Deck. Cutscenes run pretty well because the shaders cache before it starts, so there's very little stuttering in cutscenes. But it runs pretty stable. I didn't really have any problems. This was yesterday at probably noon. So this was before any of the patches. So I would hope it runs better. But one thing I don't know if the de novo stuff was in the beta version that reviewers got. I honestly don't know. I would think so, but I don't know that for a fact. Grandpa, look. You see, Sonny? See the game on the phone? You see, check it out. How many monitors do you have? More than enough. More than enough. These two have been sitting on my shelf for like a year and a half. They were sent to me by the company that makes them a while back. Lepow, Lepow. You can get them on Amazon for like $100 each. They're just little, they're designed to be portable monitors. So like you can fold them up, take them with you next to your, or like with your laptop, have it as a second screen if you want. It's pretty easy. I used to use this. I had it at my, like, funnily enough, on the side of my bed with an Xbox Series S plugged into it. And I just used it as like a little monitor for the Series S. That's basically how I got through Assassin's Creed Valhalla while working full time. So I would play it at night through the Series S. And then this thing, actually, I think I mentioned it in the review briefly. I said, like, I tried multiple computers. I tried, oh no, maybe I trimmed it because the patch, I think, fixed some of it. But I mentioned, like, in the original draft of the script that I had to change out computers. I tried it on the Steam Deck. I tried reinstalling graphics drivers. And even, you'll notice, this monitor is not the monitor I usually used. This is the 1440p curved one. The big boy 4K 32-inch monitor I took down. I swapped monitors to try and get Callisto Protocol to run better, and it didn't work. And I know what you're thinking. Luke, why on earth would monitor swapping fix anything? The reason I tried to do it is because when you have a 4K monitor, or at least this was what it was yesterday before the patches, which fixed a lot of the graphical menus and settings. If you had a 4K monitor and you set the render resolution to 1440p, or like you tried to lower the render resolution, the game would just like crop the screen. And this was one of those games, kind of like Darktide, where if you try to run it full screen, it looks like ass, but if you render it in full screen borderless, it runs fine, or windowed borderless, whatever. It runs perfectly fine and it's great. I don't know. I don't understand why. I don't get it. I'm not going to pretend like I know why, but I tried swapping out monitors to see if that would fix something and it didn't. Are they all connected to your PC? No, this monitor is only connected to this gaming PC. This is what we play on. This is the 3080, the 5950X, the 64 gigs of RAM, blah, blah, blah. But then these monitors, and then one over here that I'm looking at for all of this stuff that has the stream monitor on it, those are all connected to the streaming PC, which is under the desk and handles recording footage, streaming, all of that. So like if I can move this mouse around, where is it? Like you can see it down there. So this is for this computer, that's for that computer. Or I got a thing called Synology or Synergy. It's Synergy. And I can just press with my little Amazon Basics 3 key thing. I can press one button. You see if I go here, I can move my mouse and keyboard inputs from this keyboard and this mouse over onto the top screen. Where is it there? Or the bottom screens. You know, like I can just quickly swap mouse and keyboard between computers. How cool is that? Who needs that? Probably nobody, but I think it's cool. And it actually is quite nice because you can even like transfer copy and pasted stuff. So if I copy something on this computer, I can paste it into a form or a web page on the other computer. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But enough about me. Yeah, I tried switching DirectX 11. I tried turning on and off the AMD upscaling because I thought maybe it's like some weird thing where the AMD version of DLSS isn't working right with the NVIDIA graphics card I have. Maybe that's what it is. I tried everything. Nothing. So two PCs are turned on when I'm streaming, yeah. When I'm streaming or recording footage, I have the streaming PC on. But the main reason I use the streaming PC for collecting footage like this is because I used to have people complain. They're like, well, your footage is like stuttering and is having those issues. Not because the game is like that, but because you're recording it on the same computer that you're playing on. And I was like, okay, problem solved. I will fix it and I'll just get rid of it. And it was mainly like I upgraded this PC and I built this one 2 years ago, 2 years ago. And so when I did that, I still had the old PC. So I was like, okay, I want to stream more. I'll just use it as a streaming PC. Why not? It's got a 1070 in it. It's not like it would really be that useful for recording footage or recording gameplay, you know, for modern titles. Anyway, let's see. That's why it gets hot as Hades in there. Yes, you're not wrong. That is exactly why. That's why I can start the stream with the room at like 55 degrees Fahrenheit, and then by the end of the stream, it's like 87 in here, and you'll notice like pretty quickly, I'll be like, okay, like some days I'll tell you guys, I'm boiling up, I gotta go, I'm gonna call it early. And it's just because it gets so freaking hot in here so quickly. And once it gets up to that heat, even my big AC unit that I have here on the side that I have hooked up to the window, that can't even cool the space down quickly enough. It's one of my main goals for the next studio / house, whenever that happens, like in 5 years, is just to get a room that has maybe its own cooling loop, like its own big boy AC unit outside that doesn't make a lot of noise, at least into the microphone, or just a room that's big enough that it retains its temperature longer. Because this room's so small that any amount of heat will boil it pretty quick. You need a box fan pointed out the window to exhaust all that heat. Yeah, well, and basically what this AC unit does is it basically does that. It has a tube that goes and is mounted out the window. And so it just exhausts all the heat and spits it out. But it just gets really hot. 1070 for a capture video PC. Wait, does that mean you can record gameplay at 8K? No, because it's limited by the capture card. So I use an AverMedia capture card. It does great. It can do 4K 60 even with HDR if I wanted to do that. So it can record whatever I throw at it. And my videos, I'm never going to record at more than 60 frames, at least not for the next 5 years. So it gets the job done, and then it uses the NVENC encoder. So super easy. Super easy. And it's nice because like we were playing what was it? I don't know. We were playing something and the gaming PC crashed, but the stream stayed up because the streaming PC is a separate thing. So like the game and the gaming PC can be having issues, and it doesn't affect whether or not we can keep the stream going, you know. You're gonna watch Willow? I don't know what that is, so maybe I don't know. Can you make a movie review channel? I don't. We talked about it a lot back in the day. The problem is just like it is next to impossible to deal with the copyright crap involved. I honestly, like, I know it's a turn of phrase, I do not know how the big movie reviewing YouTubers do it. They've got to have some deal or some agency that negotiates ads on it or something. Because if I try to publish, like we did that one review on the first episode of The Witcher on Netflix, and it was a total disaster. Like, it was a nightmare to get that video out. There were like 7 versions. Every single one was copyright claimed. And then the final one, I think, still got copyright claimed. So I just gave up on it. I was like, screw this. So that's my main concern. It's not to say that we wouldn't do it, but it's also like it takes a lot of time for me to sit down and do that. And then like it's also going to be expensive to pay an editor to work on it. And so like if we get to the point where the channel is making 20 grand a month or something, and I can afford to just have like an editor that just does that, and then I spend a day of the week doing that, and it's just a well-oiled machine and everything's working well, maybe then we could justify it. But right now I think it's just, it doesn't make sense to prioritize, you know. THB, yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, no, the whole Frangilla focus was bizarre. It literally went nowhere. Literally went nowhere. Like, it was a total waste of time. I guess no spoilers, but like, it's like having a plot line with a character that you spend a whole season going through, and then at the end of the season, they basically just go, okay, forget about it. That doesn't matter. Never mind. And that's like the whole season. It's really frustrating because it's like, this is a show called The Witcher, and I feel like it's more about Frangilla. My cord is tangled. Come on, you. I love the sound of the wired headphones. Don't get me wrong. I cannot stand the cable getting tangled. It drives me crazy. How's the God of War review coming along? Quite well, actually, quite well. I got word back from Santa Monica Studio. They fixed the soft locks that I was going to complain about. Like, during the review process, they said, yeah, just tell us if you run into any problems, because we want to fix it. And so I did just that. I ran into 2 soft locks in my run. I still think it's probably too early to say, because they both involve spoilers. Like, if I described what's going on in the scene, it would be a spoiler. So I'm not going to do that. But I described the 2 soft locks that happened, and they said, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And they disappeared for like 2 weeks. And now apparently they're fixed. So that's good to hear. But it's a work in progress. We're working on it. Hopefully, I think it's scheduled for now, possibly the end of next week. I got to check. But yeah, it's coming along. Why can't I put notifications on your main channel? I don't know. That is strange. It does happen on PC and like mobile. That's weird. Does Callisto Protocol's final release have more or less excited for the Dead Space remake? I don't know if it's really affected my excitement. I think it's like, I don't know. I think it's going to probably be like pretty well done. It'll be like, oh yeah, Dead Space looks good now, and that'll be it. I will say, like, they kind of hyped up in Callisto Protocol all this stuff about the improved like the dismemberment system and all of that, and that basically has nothing to do with the gameplay. It basically has no effect, which is kind of disappointing. Because the dismemberment effects are cool, but it doesn't play any role in the gameplay, which is just annoying. But have you tried or are you interested in the new Need for Speed? I don't know. I'll be completely honest with you. The Need for Speed games or movies rather are so cringe to me. I really struggle with it. So I've not looked into it. I have no idea. Is it worth getting Cyberpunk on PS5? I mean, I'm really enjoying Cyberpunk. Again, I would say probably, especially if you haven't played it before, you can probably get it for like $15, $20. It's really solid now. So good to be on your live streams again. Was busy this week. Adrian, I'm glad to have you, my friend. I'm glad you're back. Chris Stuckman doesn't use show or movie footage. And I guess maybe I'm just like, am I comfortable doing videos where it's literally just me rambling and I don't show any footage backing it up other than maybe like a trailer? Maybe we can do that. Maybe that works. I don't know. And I thought about, like, wouldn't it be funny if I got somebody to just draw like little pictures basically with crayons or in MS Paint to demonstrate what I'm talking about? That could be funny. Like, I did the review of Uncharted. I did that. And that video did fine. So who knows? Maybe I'll try branching out. Maybe like one day I'll just randomly do a big movie review on the main channel and we'll just see how it goes. Because the channel is just called Luke Stevens. Obviously it's charted, or obviously it's geared towards gaming. But who knows? Maybe if we drop that movie review, it'll do well. You know much into movies? No, I like movies. I will say definitely during crunch time for review season, I have less time to go and see them. But yeah, I love me some movies. I built a whole home theater around it. You can do movie reviews on live streams? Oh, probably. Like I have no problem if I saw a movie last night coming on stream and giving my thoughts on it. I think that's fine. It's just like sorted videos. I think that would be trickier. But yeah, absolutely. I think if we have something to talk about on the stream, I'm totally fine with doing that. That's probably because even the people that made Uncharted didn't like Uncharted. The whole movie was just freaking weird, dude. Like, you're making a movie about Uncharted, and then you don't bother giving Sully a mustache until, like, and the most uncomfortable, this was insane. Clearly, they saw the complaints about Sully not having a mustache, and they knew people were upset, but they're like, hey, we filmed the movie a year ago. We can't just digitally insert a mustache. It's too late. We thought he looked cooler this way. Apparently, people don't like that. So after the fact, they filmed like a post-credit scene where Sully comes in with the mustache, Mark Wahlberg with the mustache, and like he comes in and I think Sam Drake says something like, mustache? New look? He goes, yeah, you like it? And like that's like the scene. Like, you did the thing, you know? I'm like, no, like the reason, like, is the movie bad because he doesn't have a mustache? No, obviously. Like, the movie can be great and he just doesn't have a mustache. That's fine. The reason people brought it up is because it shows such a flagrant disregard for the source material. You know, it's extremely concerning. You know, it would be the same thing if you saw Geralt for season 4 of like the whatever Liam Hemsworth reworking of Geralt. If we saw that and he comes out with like permed dark brown hair like mine, that would be weird and we would be justified in complaining about that. Does that mean that the show is gonna suck or the writing is terrible? No, it could all be great. But the fact that you did that shows that you'd care so little about the source material that it's like not even a consideration. Or maybe even to the perhaps worse, it's not that it's not a consideration, it's that you're actively going against it to try and make it different, which upsets people who are fans of the original thing. Like, I like The Witcher because it's The Witcher, not because it's the Frangilla hour, you know? Plus, you guys remember that we're bouncing all over, I'm sorry. But you guys remember we watched WitcherCon. It must have been earlier this year, maybe. I don't remember when it was. I think it was earlier this year. But we watched FrangillaCon. It kind of was. We watched WitcherCon, and the actress who plays Frangilla was there. They couldn't get Geralt. They did get the girl who plays Ciri to come, and she was extremely humble, very polite. She was also quiet and a little shy. You could tell she was the biggest deal there. There's one guy from Game of Thrones also. And he was also really cool and chill. But the girl who played Frangilla was there, and she would not freaking shut up the whole time. It's like, no, like literally half of the audience can't remember your character's name. And the whole time she's like, oh, I really like Frangilla because I've learned a lot about her and she really helps me understand more about myself at the end of the day, you know, and I just really respect Frangilla. I have done a lot of acting. I've been in not movies. What am I going to say? I've been in plays and musicals and stuff like that. I've tinkled. I've played in the acting realm. I cannot stand when other actors talk about the characters they're playing as if they're like best friends. Yes. This character really helped me understand more about myself, and it's helped me grow and evolve as a person. I discovered things about myself. Before this, I didn't know I liked bagels. Now I like bagels, and I know that now because of this character. It taught me so much. Like, it's so freaking annoying. And this girl who plays Frangilla got up and did that same exact thing, and it drove me crazy. And it's the whole time, like, everybody keeps wanting to pan back to like Siri and hear her thoughts on working with like Henry Cavill and that stuff. And Frangilla just keeps going on and on, like rambling about how much Frangilla has taught her. Oh, that's offensive on behalf of my native country. You know what? At this point, it's just kind of part of the stream. I've learned. Like, we have Rocky and Imperium, our resident Australians, and I tease them all the time. Oh, nar. Should I buy Callisto Protocol? Nar. The Frangilla Hour? Dude, for real. It's basically what it was. I should see the interviews for Rings of Power. Dude, it's probably going to drive me up the wall. The thing you have to understand about actors, and I'm saying this as an actor, like, you know the Bo Burnham song, Art is Dead? Hold on. We're probably getting copyright struck for this. I don't even care because it's important for you to understand. Okay. Here, you ready? You ready? Hold on, pause that. This is extremely accurate to what actors are like, okay?
Bo actually, when he performs, is not really.
I don't value how the world works.
Would you do me a favor?
So I just kind of make jokes.
Would you do me a favor? Would you do Art is Dead? Yeah. Because I think that song says everything.
This guy looks like a goldfish.
Yeah, I'll do that one. Yeah, sure.
So the whole premise of this song is just how terrible art nowadays is. It's just a total joke. It's a scam. It's a travesty. And so he's going to explain how and why.
He's a prop comic.
Art is dead. Art is dead. Art is dead. Art is dead. Entertainers like to seem complicated, but we're not complicated. I can explain it pretty easily. Have you ever been to a birthday party for children? One of the children won't stop screaming because he's just a little attention attractor. When he grows up to be a comic or actor, he'll be rewarded for never maturing, for never understanding or learning. Every day can't be about him. There's other people, you selfish asshole. Must be psychotic, they must be demented to think that I'm worthy of all this attention, of all of this money you worked really hard for. I slept in late while you worked at the drugstore. My drug's attention, I am an addict, but I get paid to indulge in my habit. It's all an illusion. I'm wearing makeup, makeup. Art is dead, so people think you're funny. How do we get those people's money? Said our art is dead. We're rolling in dough while Carlin rolls in his grave.
His analogy of the spoiled child who is just obnoxious, never learned to grow up, thinks everything's about him, constantly rambles about how he's special and deserves extra attention. Like, that's exactly what these actors are like. It's just obsessive attention hoarding, like insanity. It drives me crazy. It's like people are watching. It's actually interesting. I think it was James Cameron. It might have been James Cameron, or it was it might have been Steven Spielberg. But one of them was doing an interview recently I read about, and they said that the modern movie, like the classical movie star, like the Tom Cruise style person, it's not really a thing anymore. There aren't movie stars in the same way. There are people who are huge and well known for movies, but the audience loves, like, Captain America. They love Thor. They love Iron Man. They don't necessarily love that actor, and that actor isn't the one that's driving the ticket sales. Like, Johnny Depp is a movie star. If he's in a movie, people usually go. Not recently. A lot of his movies kind of tanked, but I think actually if they were to, if he were to do something nowadays, it probably would be better. Was it Tarantino? That makes sense. Okay, I think it was Tarantino. I think you're right. I was like, it's a big director, producer, yeah. But he, I think, has a really good point, because it's like a lot of these big guys and big names are famous because of the specific shell that they're within. They're not famous and rich because they themselves are amazing and talented artists, you know. They kind of were in the right place at the right time and played the right kind of character to make a ton of money and to get really well known. And I would say that that's true. I think, like, are you really, I know it's kind of cringe and it made people upset. I do know for a fact Spielberg said that he doesn't consider, like, no, it wasn't Spielberg. I don't take for a fact. Jesus, I'm walking everything back. What's his name? He directed Wolf of Wall Street. Scorsese. Yeah, you guys know exactly. Before I even, like, describe it, Scorsese. Yeah, Scorsese. He was saying that Marvel movies and superhero movies, he doesn't consider those to be, like, artful. He thinks that those are just something else. It's like popcorn for the masses. Like, it's not actual art. Scorsese has said a lot. That's true. I'm sure Tarantino has also said it. I think also probably Spielberg has said it. A lot of the big guys have. And it's just because, like, if you compare Age of Ultron to, like, Schindler's List, obviously they're trying to do very different things, but they're totally different in terms of, like, I would say the talent involved, the quality of the scripting, like the priorities and development. One is like a Michael Bay flick, you know. They're just very different. I also said it. I'm a small guy. Oh, good, Adrian. I'm glad you're here. We got you. Have you heard of the Johnny Depp v. Amber Heard movie series? I have not. Are they doing a movie/TV series? I don't know how you would do that without just showing the trial. Like, I think the trial is way funnier than anything you could do with actors. Like, my dog stepped on a bee. Like, it was so stupid. It was so stupid. Oh man, one of my favorite things of all my life will be that trial and watching, like, the Hollywood elite try to figure out who they needed to side with, because they're like, well, we should side with Amber, right? Because Johnny was canceled. But then they're like, but everybody loves Johnny, and let's be real, Amber's insane. So, like, yeah, that's true, but we don't, like, we want to get cast, like, and that's the thing with Hollywood, man. It makes everybody lose their minds. It turns everybody into just a disgusting, hypocritical jerk. Like, it's horrible. It corrupts your soul. And, like, you're at the point where people are like, oh, Harvey Weinstein is like a total creep. Oh, I mean, I could say that publicly, but, like, I might like not get cast if I do that. So I'll just be quiet for now. I'll forget to talk about it. You know, like, it's the same exact thing. Like, and once you get to the point where you have FU money, and you can just do whatever you want. That's kind of like the Joe Rogan types where they just have so much money that they're like, yeah, cancel me, bitch. Like, I'll go start my own UFC. Like, bring it on. I don't care. It's just a different beast at that point. To be fair, I'd let Amber Heard abuse me. Oh man, I don't know. She's wacky, dude. You can't ignore crazy. That crazy is present everywhere. Like, straight up, Johnny and like his bodyguard testified under oath that she dropped a hot steaming dookie on his bed. Like, she seems like the type of person, if you have like a one night stand and then you get up too early to go make breakfast, she'll immediately assume that you left her and she'll take a dump in your bed. Like, do you want to deal with that? I don't know. I don't think so. Imagine Lipter's kid. It's just a prank, bro. At this point, I really don't think you can be canceled. I think you can only cancel yourself. And like, proof positive, like the Prime Minister of Canada was caught doing blackface while singing Deo at a party. He's still in power, and I think recently won re-election. Same with like the governor of Virginia. He also won re-election after being caught doing blackface at a party in his teenage or his college years, standing. Like, it was funny. They showed the picture and it's like him, a guy clearly in blackface, and then a guy in a Klan outfit. And they're like, we're not sure which he is, but he's one of these two. They're like, which do we say that you were? Which is better? Like, it was an actual consideration. Like, it's insane. We live in a simulation. But even those people, like, there was initially uproar and they were going to get canceled. And then they were just like, no. And they're like, oh, okay. And it just kind of moved on. Like, people moved on. So, like, at this point, there's of course the big canceling where like you get like, like maybe a Michael Jackson thing where people stop playing your music and take down posters, and like they actually, there's a quantifiable difference. Or like maybe R. Kelly's the better example, where like immediately overnight his music is not playing anywhere, you can't get it, that type of thing. That's a different kind of canceling than like people on Twitter got upset. The Twitter upset cancellation, it's not really a thing. It's just if you let it be. Northam, yeah. Yeah, getting blacklisted, yeah. Jesus Christ. As a Canadian, I'm very embarrassed for RPM. Sorry, buds. Yeah. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, pal. I'm not your pal, buddy. I'm not your buddy, friend. Hey, look, with Control 2 being announced, will you possibly do a critique on the first one? I'd be down to go back and try it. I just, like, I played through it, right? I tried to play through it, and there was, like, no dopamine. It was just like, okay, just going through the motions. Maybe it's different now. Maybe I'll really like it now, but. Oh yeah, Crimson. Without a doubt, I think most people at this point would agree that at the very least, Amber is like a horrible person. Like, she's not somebody I would want to associate with at all. And I think that there were some interesting things that came out at the trial that would suggest that there's some pretty severe sort of, there's some sort of disorder. There's something going on inside her head that's not ordinary. Let's just say that. I don't know what Kanye did. What did Kanye do? Everybody's saying like Kanye after what Kanye did last night. What did Kanye do? I think I heard like Elon banned him off Twitter, but I don't know. Oh. He tweeted a swastika. He's a fan. He said he's a fan of the German leader from World War II. Oh, Jesus. I did see he went on Alex Jones. Wow. What didn't Kanye do last night? Jeez, man. What a dummy. What a dummy. I mean, with Alex or with Kanye, I think we like everybody at this point is pretty, I would hope, aware that he's clearly unstable. The man loves fish sticks. Yeah, he loves them. He loves putting them in his mouth. But there's something going on. A normal person doesn't do what he's been doing for the last 15 years. So, I don't know. Yeah, get that man some Lexapro. I don't know, man. Oh, I hear a babe and baby. Yeah? Yeah? Hello, dude. Hold on, I'm coming. Hi.
You kept reaching for the doorknob.
Hello. Do you want to say hi? Don't you say hi?
You mean down?
Don't.
You sit with Dada?
You want to say hi?
Sorry.
Oh, look.
Kind
Hey.
of a mess today.
Hey, look at you. What's the matter? What?
Alright, so I'm gonna go do something that makes me happy. This is Lachlan today.
Not having a great day.
No.
Oh, buddy. He hates us. Jasmine, I'm sorry. He looks at you and weeps.
It's okay. He hates me too.
Oh, yeah. Hey, it's okay.
What? What do you want?
Up. You went down?
One's down.
Okay.
You can't figure out the difference.
Down too. So I'm leaving.
Okay.
Okay, and I see you later.
You're trying to go Christmas shopping.
Where you going?
A lot.
Yeah.
He's your son because right now he's a lot.
He's a lot.
My mom called and she's like trying to have a conversation and he's just like crying in the background. I'm like, I don't know what to do.
He's a bit of a mess.
Hey. what
By
you
the
doing?
way, everybody, for Lachlan's sake, hit the like for the stream. Yes, I'm using my baby for internet clout. Hit the like for Lach, because we're supposed to ask for you to do that. Lachlan, can you say bye-bye? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. He's a little unsteady.
A little?
What are you going to go do? You going to go shopping? Are you going to get coffee? He pronounces coffee like Trump spelled it in that tweet. It's like covfefe. It's like covfefe. Oh, yeah? Oh, you closed the door. Oh, good job.
So wait,
Oh.
Jacob is playing Dragon Age Origins?
I think so, yeah.
Yes!
Yeah, Nikki loves her some Dragon Age Origin. She's also playing a lot of Pokemon recently. She's having a good time, even though it's kind of broken. Bye-bye.
He was up the stairs.
Bye-bye.
Say bye-bye. You need a kiss?
Bye-bye. I want you. I know. Okay.
Pull it together. There we go.
Close the door. I think you didn't sleep well last night. It's like super windy here in Colorado, or at least where we are. And it was like screaming through the windows. You know when there's like, look at the shadow. I love this shadow. When there's like crazy wind and it screeches through the window cracks and it makes the house sound like it's screaming. That was all night last night. It's terrible. Oh, bye-bye. I see you later.
Can you say bye, Dada?
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Well, have fun. Whatever you choose.
You just
do.
got like 2 minutes of this.
I think he's gonna take a very good nap. Circle mama, go back out. Babies are simple. Crunch.
Are they?
In a way. I was also up all night screaming just like your house. Oh, good. Good. Oh. Okay. I saw you moving in.
You're like,
Oh, bye, dude.
Oh my god.
He waved bye-bye like this. Bye-bye.
He's running.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I see it.
Kiss him, but not on camera.
Okay, I love you, dude. Close the door. Okay, finally. Oh, free. Got too many delusional fans supporting whatever he said. I don't know. I think for him, like, he can sell more merch. That's fine. Like, who cares? But the problem is that he's lost sponsorships that are worth like hundreds of millions. And he cares about that. That's worth way more. Bye, dude.
Say bye-bye.
I don't know what it is. He thinks that whenever you walk like through a door into a new room, you're supposed to go, ugh. I'm like, who's he learning that from? Is that me? Is that a wake-up call? Okay, love you. Have fun. It's funny. It's just, ugh. So I don't see him going broke. No, he'll never be broke. Like, if you're ever worth $300 million, which I think is the current count after losing Adidas and those sponsorships, if you're even worth half of that, 150 million, half of that, 75 million, you have to honestly be asking for it if like to go broke. Because like if all of your wealth is tied up in crypto and then crypto crashes, well, I mean, you're a dumbass. I hate to tell you, but like that was dumb what you did. You don't put all your eggs in one basket. Same with like buying stock. You don't put all of your money in one stock. That's dumb. Like even CEOs of massive companies, even founders like Jeff Bezos, who's worth like now 160 billion dollars. Only 90 billion of that is in Amazon. He has like, you know, close to half of his net worth is tied up in other stuff. Real estate, wine, paintings, art, things like that. So, like, it's just not the case to be like, oh, yeah, no, I was worth 75 million and then, you know, stuff happens. Now I'm broke. It's like, no. You know, maybe like those basketball players and football players who are worth hundreds of millions and end up broke after 10 years after being out. It's like, well, yeah, they were buying a new McLaren every month or every week. Like they spent more money than any human being could. Like you have to really try. Kanye said he owes 50 million in taxes. Gotta wonder what his real world worth is. 50 million in taxes for somebody like him, though, is not actually very much. Well, at least as of now, it's certainly much more than it was back then. But I would be interested in seeing how they calculate his net worth, because I'm sure he doesn't have like tied up in he doesn't have a lot of wealth that's liquid or anything. But Kanye honestly needs to be committed. He's just saying nonsensical stuff at this point. Surely someone can get a psych hold on him or something. It's just, I don't think like, it's like they've always said, if you are poor and mentally troubled, you're crazy and you need to be put in an institute. If you're rich and wealthy and have some sort of instability or mental illness, then you're eccentric. And that's where Kanye is. He's eccentric. He's not crazy. No. He has money. He's eccentric. That's the only difference. And so he'll never be committed or anything. He'd have to do that himself. And the thing is, crazy people don't tend to think they're crazy. In the words of Jack Sparrow, crazy people crazy people don't know they're crazy, but I know that I'm crazy. Therefore, I can't be crazy, because if I was actually crazy, I wouldn't know I was crazy. But I do know I'm crazy, so therefore I'm not crazy. You savvy? It's actually kind of, yeah, that's kind of how it works. I think Kanye's real crazy, and he doesn't know that he's crazy. So he's not going to go and commit himself because he doesn't think that he's crazy, which means he's actually crazy. Unlike Jack Sparrow, who knows he's crazy, which means he's not actually crazy. I saw the clips, and you can even tell Alex Jones, the turn the frickin' frogs gay guy, is trying to tell Kanye to settle down. Yeah, when Alex Jones is the voice of reason in the room, you should be very worried. Like, very worried. It's not a good sign. Because Alex Jones, like, his lawyers even admitted that he is doing a lot of what he does for the character. I think they actually called his persona a character in court filings, saying basically, no, he doesn't actually like believe a lot of this stuff he says. He's just hamming it up because he owns InfoWars, and the InfoWars Alex Jones character is crazy, off the walls, conspiracy theorist, whack job. And so he hams it up. And I think that that's in line with what you see a lot of it. Like, I don't think he believes a lot of the stuff he says. I think that makes him like morally and ethically bankrupt, but I don't think he believes a lot of it. But that's why, like, he had Kanye on, because it's good television. It's good for his brand, and now everybody's talking about Alex Jones again, and I don't think that's a mistake. He just needs to sell weird supplements. Yeah, for real. Alex is a comedian almost. Yeah, the danger is, like, I think you can have fun listening to Alex Jones and the crazy stuff he says. The problem is that there's a lot of people out there, and I have family members like this. I have people that I went to high school with like this. There's a lot of people out there who don't look at him as like an entertaining sideshow character. They look at him as like an honest journalist. They think that when he goes up there and is like, Hillary Clinton has personally murdered thousands of Iraqi children, like, they think he's telling the truth. And I know that, like, that might sound ridiculous. Like, who would actually believe that? There are a lot of people that believe that. It's crazy to say, but there are a lot of people that take what he says as actual truth. And that's why, like, it's all fun and games until somebody drinks the Kool-Aid and ends up in that. Well, that's what he kind of transitions, Bert, is like, he says that thing that's like crazy, and then he will go, and what I mean by that is that she authorized all these policies that allowed for all of this to happen. And it's like, okay, but like, what you did. And like, that's of course very different. Are you going to say that like FDR was responsible for killing, millions of Germans? It's like, well, he was involved in a world war, and like, it's a little more complicated than like the 8-word soundbite that you're trying to put out to sell your silver mineral water or whatever the shit it is, Anyway, Kanye's crazy. That's the word of the day. He's a double agent. Some conspiracy theorists think that. They think that he's a plant by the government to make conspiracy theorists sound extra crazy. The conspiracy theorist is part of the conspiracy. Figure that out. Either he's crazy or he's just doing a routine now, or Bert, it's both. I think he's always been a little unhinged. You don't have energy like he has, and you can't do what he does, ranting and rambling for 8 hours straight every day. You can't do that unless you are a little wacky, and you also like are kind of hamming it up, and you understand what's working. So I think he's good at both. I think that's what it is. Everyone's a plant, even you, Luke. Yeah. It's one of the funny things. Like every time I say anything about a video game in a review or otherwise, half of the audience says, really solid take. Well argued, Luke. Appreciate you. And then the other half are like, clearly you received a check from somebody. I don't agree with you. Clearly you've been paid off. It's like, no. It's just, believe it or not, like people can disagree. Like I thought Evil West was utterly lackluster. Skill Up strongly recommends it. Cool. I'm glad he liked it. I'm glad he had fun with it. And I hope a lot of people that saw his review will try it and end up loving it. I think a lot of people who watch my stuff probably, if they were to try it, would end up saying like what I said about it and probably think, yeah, no, I mean, the truth is usually somewhere in the middle of all of the different perspectives for most people, but Listerine spray. I'm not sponsored. I'm just trying to get them to. Can you imagine if we got sponsored by Listerine? Because I take these all the time. That'd be amazing. Maybe I should I'll have like my agent reach out to Listerine and see if we can get a sponsorship. I'm like, I know this sounds weird, but I use these things all the freaking time. Could we just get like an official, like see if they're willing to just send them for free, and I'll just like put up a Listerine logo in the background or something. Like that'd be amazing. Bill Burr had a bit about it, hearing Kanye's voice, and he gets super scared because he didn't know it was him and it sounded like the next supervillain. Yeah, for real. I'm the illest villain. You can't even be spilling the truth that I be spitting. It's just, man, what happened? Listerine keeps your breath fresh while doing streams. Sponsoring the freshest takes in gaming. Dude, that works. What did Yong think about Callisto? Does anybody know? I believe it or not, I do not look up Yong Ya's takes on games regularly, so I don't I don't actually know what Yong thinks of Callisto. The greatest regard I have is that I will never get to see myself, or regret. The greatest regret I have in life is I'll never be able to see myself perform live. That's deep, dude. I'm a lyrical wordsmith. I'm the voice of a generation. I like fish sticks. I like fish sticks in my mouth. So I'm a gay fish. But I'm not a gay fish. I'm a voice of a generation, lyrical genius. So is it because the fish sticks are breaded? That has something to do with the gayness? Dude, I'm low-key really excited for the South Park take on this whole thing. You better believe they're gonna do something. Like, it's gonna be great. Oh man. So Luke, funny thing you weren't aware of, right after discussing the Depp trial, that or you had that umbrella guy in here. He was big in covering that trial and even came up during the actual trial itself. Oh, no way. Oh, that's cool. Who knew? I mean, you knew. I didn't know, but that's fun. That's cool. Thank you, that umbrella guy, for coming in. Appreciate you. I saw the verified check mark, but last time I checked somebody who was in here with a verified check mark and they were trying to like flex it in chat, I looked them up and they were one of those channels that like re-uploads other people's TikToks, and it made me really uncomfortable. So now I just pretend that nobody has verified check marks and I just treat everybody the same. Let's see. Oh, dude, my favorite quote by Kanye was at Joe Rogan where he said, yeah, regular people just say stuff that is dull and boring, but with me, it's more like symphony of ideas. It's just what happens when you have somebody who's a little unstable, who has narcissistic personality disorder, and has more money than he knows what to do with, and therefore is surrounded himself with yes men. And then you wait 10 years. That's Kanye. That's how you get Kanye, because it's just that times 15. after it's been allowed to ruminate and boil, for years. Because he's never had anybody that says, no, you don't have symphonies of ideas. You're just like a normal person. There's nothing special about you. Yeah, you're good at rapping. You got a good voice. And people identify with your journey. But, like, you're not a magician. You're not some sort of spiritual leader. You're not the next coming of Jesus Christ. Like, if any of us said that, I would hope that we would have friends that could shut us down. If one of you guys in chat started going on about how you are the next coming of Jesus Christ and you need everybody to call you Mr. Z, we're going to tease the ever-living shit out of you. Like, just being real. Like, we're going to tease you because that's ridiculous. And that's part of what friends do. It's like the Michael Scott thing. No, real friends josh with each other. Like, hey, man, like, did I stutter? You talk really loudly and I don't like what you have to say. Okay, well, yeah, but hey, your mom is dead. Like, that's what friends do. Okay, you just don't understand it. A little insulted that you don't think I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jake. Sorry. Luke tuning in on my lunch break. What's up? What's up, Dreamin'? Glad to have you. Cole, please come to the front of the class. Cole. Just wait. Cole is gonna see that design we did or we're working on for the merch line. It's like a full. Hold on, I can like look this up. I don't know if I have the original image. Let's see. We're doing something kind of like this. Hold on. Open image in new tab. Share screen. We're doing something like this, but it's going to be Cole, the patron saint of Nadia. And it's going to be him holding the book of Nadia. And so it's going to be like the NPC face on him. And we're going to put it in like a really floral frame. And then we're going to put that on like stickers and maybe a shirt. And it's going to be really funny. Because it's going to be like 200 people or maybe 1,000 people know what it's referring to on the planet from that one live stream. And the clip of Cole, peace be upon him. But man, it's so freaking funny. I hope one day he sees it. And I don't know if Cole like pops into chat. I think he was one of those people that came in with the Nadia stuff and left pretty quickly. But man, oh, what a blessed person. Praise be to Nadia. Praise be. Everyone, praise be in chat. Praise be to Nadia. Praise be. Started Callisto Protocol last night. Not gonna lie, mixed signals from it. Yeah, we're gonna try it here in a minute. I have no idea why I left. Yeah, I'm sure we had nothing to do with that. Praise be. Yes, thank you, Adrian. Praise be to Nadia. Praise be. Praise be. I don't even know. Has she fallen off yet, or is she still doing well? Praise be Nadia, the blessed saint. Praise be. Praise be her aim. Praise be her aim. May it be ever steady. May the frame glitches forever be on point. Praise be. I'm having too much fun with this. I shouldn't be allowed to stream. This is not okay. Okay, let's do it. Okay, hold on. Praise be her matchmaking. Praise be. Oh my god. Oh my god. May the flinch be minimal. May the aim be steady and ever snappy. Dude. Oh, somebody's gonna have to troll her with this at some event and just be like, Nadia, great to meet you. Praise be. It's gonna be great. Dude, once we have the Cole merch, I'll let you know. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna order it. It's gonna be amazing. I'm so ready. Oh, dude. May the matchmaking be foreign and ever in Brazil. May the bots be ever present. Nadia, please open task manager. Yeah. Oh no. Oh jeez. Give me 5 minutes. Hold on. I feel like I saw the moon landing because I was here for Cole. Yeah, those were the days, man. 2 months ago. It makes you appreciate how much of the stream has grown, though, because right now we're at like, bouncing between 200 and 300 people in chat, and oh, dude, no way, we just passed 10,000 subs on this channel. 10,000 subs. That's how we do. 10,000 subs on this channel. This channel went from like nothing. We had maybe like 30 people coming out to streams like 6 months ago. And now we're popping off at, between 200 and 300 regularly. For the Witcher stream, we had 2,100 people in here. That's crazy. That's wild. And it's only going to get better. We also, just as a point, I'm vibing indeed. Dude, we have a piece of merch for the I'm vibing meme. Oh, man. It's amazing. I saw the draft of it like 2 days ago, and good God almighty. Let's just say it takes the emoji that Adrian used, which is our patron saint Tammy. I'm vibing, praise be. And it takes her, and let's just say it's... Okay, I don't need to be jokey, but it is just an art piece of me wearing the crown, holding the drink in the same pose, doing the same exact thing, and it's pretty amazing. I just saw the draft of the sketch a couple days ago, and it's pretty tremendous, truly. It's gonna be great. I'm really excited because it's gonna be so meme worthy and so meme-tastic. It's great. All right, caught up on the World Cup. I haven't really been watching, I'll be real. I'll be totally legitness with you. I'm vibing, praise be. Praise be to Nadia. But one thing, we're going to try shaking up the uploads a little bit. So instead of doing the really short, like 2 to 3 minute news story bits, I think we're going to try to do like a weekly sort of news roundup, which is going to be a little longer, where we go through all the gaming news in one fell swoop. And we are going to, I think, find more success with that. We're also going to have some bigger segments for the stream, where like one of the ideas we had was going back and reacting to some of my older critiques and videos. So like going back and watching through some of like the first critique I ever made, which was Mass Effect Andromeda back in like 2017. It was the first thing I ever did. It's like 25 minutes long. I worked so hard on it. It took so long to make. Now that's chump change. And so like we thought about going back and watching those again fresh and seeing how far we've come or how far we've degraded since then, because who knows, maybe we'll go back, we'll watch it and be like, wow, my videos used to be so much better. Like, wow. Beardless Luke critiques. Yeah, you'll see some beardless stuff. Sure will. Let's see. You missed the march where America drove pickup trucks onto the pitch when the refs threw red cards. Joe Biden came out and slapped them, told them, shut up, nerds. This is America town now. Dude, that sounds amazing. I need to get into soccer. Sorry, football. Mustache? No, I've never had a mustache phase, but I have occasionally like shaved and gone baby faced. I just look 12 years old, or at least I did like 5 years ago. Last time I regularly walked around shaved. So who knows? Maybe we'll try it again and I'll just look my age. Because now when I tell people that I'm 25, like I told you guys I was 25 last week, and a bunch of people in chat were like, dude, I thought you were 35. Kind of hurt my feelings. I'm being real, but it's okay. I get it. Maybe I just seem more mature than most 25-year-olds, but maybe when I shave, I'll actually appear 25. Who knows? Dreamin' plays games. Thank you. Is going to trigger. Not yet, apparently. The second I start reading it, I will. I was about to.
Dreamin' Plays Games donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Congrats on your 10K.
Thank
Only
you.
been around for a couple months, but I love the content from both channels. Keep grinding, bro. I'm here to see the progress. Heart.
Hells yeah. No, I'm very, very pleased with how it's been going. You guys make this quite easy because I always look forward to the streams and to doing this. It's always a really good time. So we're gonna keep working on it, and I think we're gonna keep popping off. I think it's gonna keep going. We're gonna start taking a lot of inspiration from like the like Destiny's highlight channel, Asmongold's highlight channel. They've really figured it out. So we're gonna try to look at what they're doing right and well with their stream highlights, and we're going to try to do something similar here because clearly it works. Because we were talking about it yesterday, me and Jacob actually, and we were like, so the critiques and the long form stuff does really, really well on the main channel. So how do we capture that same kind of feeling of content on the live channel? And we were like, well, for one, it's got to be longer. The 2-minute videos I just don't think are popping off, and clearly YouTube doesn't really like them. So okay, we instead of 2-minute videos, we'll focus like the news. We'll do a news roundup at the end of the week or the beginning of the week, going over the news from last week, whatever it is. And it'll be like a 30-40 minute video that goes through all the news. Boom, easy, done. It's the long form stuff. My audience tends to like the long form stuff. Should be easy. As for like, you know, the regular React stuff, love it or hate it, React stuff is here to stay for the time being. You guys love it. I don't mind it for sure. We're going to be trying, and we do try very hard to make sure that it's not just like watching MasterChef and, you know, eating spaghetti while letting that play in the background. We try to bring something unique and only do it if it's something that we can offer some unique commentary on. And usually a good indicator of that is like if the video you're reacting to is 10 minutes long, your reaction should be 20. Like, you should have something transformational, and you should have something, I don't know, there's got to be something transformative, and you got to preserve the original value, you know? So we're going to try that. How's it compared to Twitch? I'm really liking YouTube, and I think you guys are liking YouTube as well. I mean, you could let me know in the chat real quick, but I think the general perception has been that YouTube is much better for the viewing experience. There's things like the chat moderation tools are abysmal on YouTube chat. Things like that are unfortunate, but like just the ability to pause the stream is a huge W. Huge W for YouTube. Being able to, like, we had people that would come into the stream an hour late and they just start at the beginning, they watch on double speed and catch up to the live portion of the stream. That's amazing. That's great. So I think the general perception has been YouTube's better for the viewer. I think Twitch is better for the creator, but YouTube's better for the viewer. And I'm only here because of the viewers, so why wouldn't I pick the one that's better for the viewers? You know, like this kind of, I'm not making millions on this, you know? Like, we're actually losing money on the live channel and the live streams on a week-to-week, month-to-month basis. So, like, this is losing money right now. The hope is that eventually it turns a profit, but right now it's about trying to build the best stream that we can. And it seems like YouTube's the place to do it. Love being able to pause and then go 2x to catch up, especially because I mostly listen while at work and have to pause a lot. Never so close. Yeah, no, perfect, exactly. Watching on TV, but chat on mobile is sweet. I don't know, maybe Twitch has that too. Yeah, I think also the integrations. That's one thing Twitch is way better at. You got life pretty figured out for someone that's at 25. That's probably it. I'm 23, first year uni, and still looking at a place, stable income. I've bounced around a lot. I mean, I think at this point I've done a fair amount of stuff that people my age probably haven't. Like I did a stint in commercial real estate, selling apartment buildings. Went to university, of course, got my degree. Worked at a bank. Like I've bounced around, done stuff. But like, there's nothing special about me. I think like the one thing that's probably exceptional is just that I got married pretty young, and now I have a kid at 25, which is not super common. You know, I don't think that that's super common. Thomas, thank you. $5. Appreciate you. Thank you. Helping it make a profit. Well, that does help. Donations do help. So I appreciate you. Thank you. I've been around the block. Yeah. Tight knows that I've been around the block. All too familiar. But yeah, I think that's, oh, what's this? Imperium? Nadia caught again. Uh-oh. Hold on, let's see it.
The craziest Nadia clip I've ever seen. Let's break it down.
At least this guy isn't doing like the straight ripoff of Dr. Disrespect, you know?
Thomas Mullins 3 donated $5 through Super Chat.
Thank you again,
Here's
my friend.
a few bucks to help make the stream turn a profit.
Dilly dilly, we're vibing. We're vibing. There's that one guy who wears like a tack vest and like aviator sunglasses. It's so cringe. I see him on TikTok every once in a while, and he's just like straight up ripping off the Dr. Disrespect character, and he does like Call of Duty news. It's pretty cringe. And then like he was asked about it, and he said, "Oh no, it's ironic." It's like, well, I mean, it just seems like you're doing the same thing, and like it's just kind of cringy. Like, does Dr. Disrespect care? No, Dr. Disrespect is amazing for a lot of reasons, not just the character, but he has a lot going for him. But that guy especially, it's like, it doesn't add anything. Like if you were just wearing normal clothes and looking like a normal person, your content would be identical. So why are you doing this? It doesn't make any sense. But anyway, I guess I remember him now after that as the guy that looks like he's discount Dollar Tree Dr. Disrespect, but whatever. Anyway, this is it. Let's see.
The initiative. Oh, I'm chilling. It's just, what?
Did you see?
That doesn't happen for normal people. Did you guys see that? That's
that
bad.
snap? Let's slow motion it. So before the aim snap, this yellow orb pops up. I don't know what this is. Now, what's really weird about the snap
I think it's a shell. I think it's a shell casing.
is look at all the items on her screen. You can see the silhouette. They're duplicated on the screen. Then that little yellow orb comes back again. Like, what is that? So I was getting ready to wrap this clip up. Then I noticed this. What is this flying through her screen? And look, she's not moving, but this thing is floating through her screen. And really the most suspect of it all is her reaction.
Why are you looking? That's not what she's reacting to. It's because of the snap.
So right after it happens, she pauses, adjusts something, and then goes into her defense.
I actually don't know why that happened. Deadass. Hear me out. I don't know why that happened.
This is the
I cannot stand people unironically saying dead ass. It like actually upsets me. It shouldn't. Dead ass, bro. It's so annoying to me. It's so stupid. Dead ass, same. Yeah. Oh, I'm like, do you want me to slap you in the mouth? Like, what? I'm not saying I would slap her in the mouth, for the record. I'm just like, as a turn of phrase, it drives me crazy. I've mainly heard like Nick Merckx say it. I heard him, dead ass, bro. I got a dent, bro. Dead ass. No cap. Finna bussin'. Dab dab. Drives me crazy. Start of every video with dead ass. This YouTuber's annoying. That well, I don't know what, like, why is he talking about like bullet casings that are popping up on screen? Yeah, like he's pointing to these. These are clearly the shell casings. So like, what is he talking about? You can see them flying through the screen or from the gun up and out. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? It's like you see them popping off, pop, 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 pop. Every single one of those was a shell casing. It's like, what is he talking about? It's like, what is this yellow circle? It's the shell casing. And like, that's the thing. Why is he pointing at this? Like, yeah, it's weird. This is odd. But the reason that this looks like it's like an aimbot and why it's worth looking at is because her aim drifts to the top left and then snaps back down immediately. Like, watch this right here. Boom, boom. So then it popped up. Focus on that. Like, why are you looking at random stuff like that? That's weird. Yeah, that snap is not normal. And he is right. She looks off to the side of her, like to the bottom right. She clearly presses something or adjusts something. Yeah, see, this is the thing. Her aim snaps up left and then back down to the guy within like 3 frames. And that doesn't happen. 16,000 subs. I wonder how many of these are gifted. She's saying she only has a 30 sub daily goal for a 16,000 sub streamer. That seems really low. I don't know. That seems low. I wonder how many of these are gifteds. I would guess a lot of them. But this is the thing, like the more we talk about it, I'm even contributing to the problem right now, for the love of God. The more we do this, like she's just writing this to the bank. She doesn't care. Like she upgraded her camera here. She's feeling good. She doesn't care that she's known as like, oh, that girl that clearly cheats in Warzone. But this looks like old Warzone. This looks like Warzone on Rebirth. This doesn't look like the new one. Yeah, 1 month ago. Okay, so this is older. She's the Amber Heard of Warzone. How dare you? No. Praise be. Praise be to Nadia. Praise be. Blessings be. Everyone, blessings be to Nadia, our patron saint. May the aim be ever snappy. I've been sitting in my chair for a few hours. Now I have dead ass. You can tell she's been hanging out with, like, you know, the FaZe swag guy. Because he also does the dead ass thing. It's all those FaZe guys. Nick Merckx does it too. Like, they all talk that way. And it drives me crazy. Like, even if I were amazing at these games, I don't think I could ever be a member of one of those clans. Because, like, I cannot stand the way they talk. It drives me up the wall. Dead ass. Bow down to Nadia. Everyone, praise be to Nadia. Valkyrie got canceled for using AAVE. AV? What is that? Dead ass, bro. Dead ass. Is that gonna be a new thing? Do we need a oh, did I hide it? I meant to allow it. Oh, I'm sorry, Undertaker and Jade. I'm sorry. I meant to make that viewable. Hold on. It won't let me redo it. You guys can say dead ass. That's fine. There, show. I accidentally hit hide instead of show. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. It's just like I was trying to hit show, and instead I hit hide. Oops. Okay, let's see. Was Valkyrie the girl that was like really aggressively cheating? I think I saw a video of it, but I don't remember. No. Definitely need a Nadia emoji. She said no cap. People got triggered. Absolutely. Please make deadass a thing. I'm willing to do that. Definitely need a Nadia emoji. I could see about that. Probably would upset her, but I don't care. Sorry, I'm a live crotch. The opposite of that. Because there was a YouTube or a streamer, also a girl who was playing Call of Duty, and I saw her in a couple comparison things to Nadia, and she was like way more aggressive with it. Like, it was bad. It was bad. Yes, Callisto. So, let's look at this. Oh, turn this on. Hold on. Callisto Protocol. I was going to try... Oh, hold on. Let me do this. Copy. Paste. Dead ass, bro. Finna no cap. What do you guys think? Is it worth having chat on screen? Is it worth doing that? I see, like, I know it's useful because it makes it so, like, when you chat, you can see it, but I don't know. The YouTube chat bot's broken, so I can't do the transparent thing. You guys feeling good without it? Okay. I am more than happy to oblige. Chat is bussin'. So, in terms of graphics, we have some basic things that we can set. I'm going to... Oh, there. You have to apply every single one. And then display, full screen borderless, good. Standard, high. Enabled. Medium. So what we're going to do to start is we have ray tracing enabled. We pretty much have everything set to high or ultra. And we're going to see what it's like. In terms of upscaling, we're going to do AMD, FSR. Let's do balanced. Back out, and we're going to start a new experience. Are you ready? So, for the record, like I said at the top, I've already played through this whole game. I already played through the intro like twice now. So, all of the shaders have already been cached. So, in theory, this shouldn't be a super stuttery mess. But we're going to find out. Let's do medium security just for the sake of playability. Oh, still pretty stuttery. I might have to turn VSync on. It's tearing pretty bad. Here, let me also put this up on screen. Oh, my face is in front of it. Hold on. I'll move it to this corner. You see how the stutters kind of spoil those moments? Over a new game there. Oh, I gotta click on the game. So, like, those stutters happened the whole time I was playing this, and it just totally spoiled each of those interesting moments. Drove me crazy. Are you guys seeing bad screen tearing on your side? No, it won't fix the stuttering. It'll fix the screen tearing. Are you guys seeing that?
Laying in course for Europa Station.
I don't know if it's just on my end.
You got something to say? You gotta keep flicking that thing all day.
I was watching that.
It's our last run, Max. I'm done talking about it.
Then what do you want me to say?
How about thank you? Because after this job, we're never gonna have to work another day in our lives.
Well, I guess you got it all figured out.
I guess so.
Come on, man, what is this? Huh? Back and forth, Callisto to Europa, all this additional security.
It's a prison moon, Max. They take their security pretty serious.
And what about the attacks? Huh? How do you explain that?
By the outer way. They've been hitting targets all over the sector for the past 6 months.
We got a yellow light in the cargo hold.
That's probably nothing.
Well, it's still worth checking out.
You shouldn't worry so much, you know?
Oh!
You live longer.
Port and starboard sensors are both showing
This is
errors.
after
Go check them out.
the 65 gigabyte patch. I'm going to turn on VSync for you guys just because that will fix the screen tearing. And then the only thing we really have to worry about is the hitching. which is a different problem, but 65 gigabytes, yeah, for real. Ugh. And again, this is after I've played through the whole game. So this is after a lot of the shaders have already been cached. It's just really unfortunate because when this game is working well, I think it's actually a decent time as like kind of a goofy action, not even goofy, but like a, you know, one of those probably B grade action movies that comes out once a year.
I should check out the rest of the ship.
Dead ass. Yes, dead ass. Should our thing be that we say dead ass, but like super genuinely? Not like off the cuff, like it's slang, but dead ass. Dead ass. See, every time some new effect happens, there are major stutters.
I guess I'll check the other side.
Dead ass? No. Dead ass. Not living ass. Oh, God. Having fun yet? See, when the game runs like this and reviews weren't allowed to go up until the moment of release, there's no way to look at that without feeling like the publisher tried to hide this from consumers so that pre-orders would still go through and wouldn't get canceled. Like, there's no way to look at that without it feeling really gross and pretty dishonest. I'm very fortunate that I still got a review code. A lot of people didn't. Maddie didn't get a review code. A handful of other YouTubers I know didn't get review codes, and they tried. I didn't even get this one directly. I had to use like an agency I've been working with out of LA. They have contacts direct within the corporate structure of this publisher, and they got the review code for me that way. And even then, it came down to the wire. It was like a day and a half before launch. So I think they were trying to be pretty deceptive. So like this is going to be a really cool action sequence, and the stuttering is going to ruin it.
Whenever I have to. What are you doing? No! Shit! Just hold on! I'm on my way! Watch out!
Venting atmosphere.
Jacob, get up here! Hurry!
Warning. Inertial dampers offline.
The ship's caught in the moon's gravity! We're being pulled in!
Cyberpunk review situation all over again. Very similar. Yeah, where I don't know. I think Carrick tweeted out. He was like, no, I've actually noticed there's no correlation between day one reviews and final score. But like, I don't know any way to look at this other than they knew the PC port was bad. We know that. They knew that it was going to be like this. And they didn't allow reviews to go up early. And to me, they seem connected.
Coming in hot! Boost the anti-graphs! Already at maximum! We're not gonna make it! Yes, we are! Watch out! Hold on! Brace for impact!
I remember the dev saying this was going to be the first quadruple A game. Oops. Well, so that Yahoo review was for the PS5 version. I seriously do not know how the PS5 version runs. I don't know if it's better. I don't know if it's worse. It might be better. It might not have any problems. I don't know. Buckle up.
Thanks.
Max had a rough landing.
Hang on, buddy, I'm coming. Hey. Oh! Chico. Chico. Oh, I didn't you listen. Hey, come on. Come on. Oh, God damn it.
One life sign detected. Continuing search.
Black Iron Security. You the pilot?
Yeah.
And him?
He's gone.
We'll just need the one. Okay, get you out of here. Manifest says you were running cargo out of the hangar. Don't get many of you freelancers out here.
I was just doing my job.
Don't I know it?
Thermal regulators enabled.
First ship I ever lost. We were boarded by
Let go of me.
her. She's the one who. Hey!
Cool your jets, cargo jockey. You do your job. You let me do mine, all right? Sir. Yes, sir?
Whatever you say.
Grab him, too.
Hey! What are you doing? Hey! I didn't do anything!
Not always. Kena Bridge of Spirits was great. Day one review embargo. Yeah, so it's to be clear, a game, if it has a day one review embargo, does not mean the game is going to suck. Not at all. The game could be amazing and still have a day one review embargo. The point that I'm bringing up is that we know the PC port sucks ass. We know that they tried very hard to limit the number of review codes that went out. Apparently, specifically if you requested a PC code, it was markedly harder because similar to the Cyberpunk situation, I requested a PC code for Cyberpunk 2077, and I think it was I wanted an Xbox code. It was an Xbox code because I had a One X I wanted to try it on. And what I came to find out was anybody who requested a console code for Cyberpunk didn't get it. Didn't get any codes. Whereas if you requested just a PC code, you got it, which was really weird, or you were very likely to get it. And then with this, it looks like if you reached out and you asked for a PC code, you were unlikely to get it. But if you asked for like a PS5 code, you probably got it. And it seems like, okay, well, it's probably because the PS5, either it's a coincidence or it's because the PS5 version is really smooth and polished and stable. Black Iron Prison. Or it's because the PC port is like utterly atrocious as well. And so they're like, okay, yeah, we don't want to send out too many of those because it's not going to make the game look great, you know?
And mates, I gave you a direct order.
This is not right. I don't belong here.
Listen. You know they call Callisto the dead, Moon. Dead. Just like you would have been if I hadn't fished you out of that wreck. I mean, shit. As far as anyone else is concerned, you are dead. It's time you moved on. Because you're crossing over to a new kingdom.
No.
My kingdom. No. So whatever it is you're holding on to right there, that's your old life. You gotta let that go. Because your new life is entirely in my hands. Surprise, dead man. Okay. Grab her. Let's go.
Dead ass. I like the robot design. Am I Okay, unironically, am I using... All jokes aside, am I using deadass correctly? Is that how you're supposed to use it? What does deadass mean? Does it mean like not joking? For real? Is that what it means? That's how I'm using it. You deadass are? Okay, thank God. Oh God. It means like seriously or no joke. Okay.
With a core device.
This core device is dead ass, bro.
That device? No! No! You're a goddamn doctor!
Yes, and I intend to faithfully execute my responsibilities. Try not to move, it'll only make things worse.
Oh, fuck you!
I had a girlfriend back in the day. Really bony fingers. And this was me every time she offered to give me a back rub or something. It was this exact expression.
Doctor, he's flatlining.
Injector.
It's painful. It's like, are you just poking me with a screwdriver? It's just, no, like I'm trying to... It feels like I'm being assaulted by a toolbox. If a girl asks you if you want a back rub, you say yes. What about Handy J? It's like a weird handshake with a skeleton. Oh God. Some people would pay a lot for it to be like, oh, for sure. Oh God, man. I can show you guys the footage I captured last night after the patch went up. It was running a lot better than this. This makes me think, and then I turn around, now the box is there. This makes me think that the shaders are being compiled each time your PC boots, which is not good. Because like this, I haven't updated the game again since the patch went up last night. Nothing else about the computer has changed. I can actually, let's just show you this now. I think it would have been 6:57 p.m. Yeah, this is me after the patch went up. We're locked at like right around 60. Let's go to the really intense part where it started stuttering really bad. You see, frame rates are way more stable. Bounce between like 60 and 57. And this was last night after I downloaded the patch and I tried it out. And I was like, okay, they seem to have fixed the stuttering, at least for subsequent playthroughs. Okay, nice. But I've since restarted my PC and now it's stuttering like it's a brand new computer all over again, which makes me think it's recompiling the shaders every time your PC starts up and reboots, which is way worse than previously expected. That's not good at all, because that means there's no like, oh, I played it once already, now I'm going to play it again and it's going to be way better. Like, no, it's always going to suck the moment you boot up your PC fresh. Yeah, 3080, 5950X. And this is running off of an M.2 SSD as well. 64 gigs of RAM. It has everything it could possibly need to run well. So, Jose, I would say my understanding is the PS5 is the best version of the game. So if you're going to play it on PS5. Yes. The best thing I can compare it to is it's literally just Arkham Knight all over again. Sounds like on console it's solid, it runs just fine, but on PC it runs like absolute ass. Yeah, it's my understanding after watching a Digital Foundry video, so now I'm an expert, was that this is a shader compilation issue, and it's very common in Unreal Engine games. which, funnily enough, is actually the same ill that affected Gotham Knights. If you remember, that had horrible stuttering and issues, and a lot of that was tied to shader cache issues, which is exactly what's going on here. It also had other problems too, many, but it's a different problem.
You're that pilot they just brought in, yeah? Yeah, well, look, I've been in here half my life. I know this place.
Drivers are brand new, updated, PC rebooted, everything. So currently all drivers are updated, including even like the motherboard socket drivers, everything.
Jacob, don't lose it, Jacob. I just saved your life.
I pay for it's called Driver Easy, and it's specifically a, I'm going to go back to the main menu and turn off ray tracing just so that we can do this. By the way, you have to back out to the main menu anytime you want to change a graphic option. Lighting. I'm going to turn off all this. Disabled particle. Okay. Now you're going to see the game run way better. Or at least way steadier. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, I haven't talked to him yet. I was like, I'm supposed to have the option to open that. Usually shader compiles after driver updates, at least stuff for stuff like Anthem back in the day. That makes sense. Yeah, the ray tracing definitely makes it look way, way better. Makes you appreciate ray tracing, for sure. I mean, I don't think it's a bad looking game right now. Like, this isn't bad. I'd say this is easily, you know, a AAA quality that we see here. Oh, also, look, the GPU is not even being used more than 55%. That's because we have VSync on. So if I don't think it'll let me. No, I can't turn off VSync from here. God, mother. Undersittable, thank you. Appreciate you becoming a member. Awesome. Welcome. So let me back out. I'll turn off VSync, and if we have high enough frame rates, it shouldn't tear anymore. General VSync, apply, back, continue. Luckily, it loads quick. Got to give him credit for that, right? Love you, Luke, and love your content. Gonna do some Midnight Suns. I don't know, I've been tempted, I'll be real. I saw some of those reviews. The combat actually looks kind of fun. Like, I'm sure the dialogue is cringy as hell, but I've actually thought that it looks like it could be interesting. I'm Deadass a member now? Yeah, you are. Deadass! How does it perform at the lowest graphic settings and lower resolution? Still stutters? Yes, Stefan. So the problem with shader compilation issues like this is that it doesn't matter, for one, necessarily what hardware you're running. It doesn't matter what SSDs you're running it off of. It's an issue with how the game basically prioritizes and like arranges its workflow. Because a game that's done this well either has all of the shaders like pre-rendered, baked in, and you can basically download those separately, or as part of the game download, so they're baked into your gameplay or your game files. So you just don't have to do this every time you enter a new area. And then other games will have it so they're not necessarily baked in, but they could be, say, like, they make it so as I'm crossing this bridge, or like, let's say, okay, as I enter the room inside here, there's going to be a bunch of new stuff. So it needs to compile the shaders as I walk forward, as I'm walking here, when the load is low. And then by the time I open the door, it's already done everything it needs to do. That would be the ideal. One of the other ways my understanding is that you can do it with a load time. It's similar to, like, it's one of the reasons apparently that The Last of Us Part 2 has really long load times, and a lot of Naughty Dog games have had long load times, is specifically because when they load you in, they're compiling all those shaders. That's what I've been told. I don't know. Somebody in chat can correct me if that's not the case, but that's my understanding. But with next gen titles, people expect it to be much more instantaneous. So maybe they thought that they could just bypass it and it'd be fine. I don't know. But the fact that they sent out 2 patches yesterday before the game's launch and it didn't fix the issues, I have to think that this is probably more complicated than we initially thought, or like we are making it out to be. I'm sure it's not easy to fix this. Yes, don't forget to like the stream, everybody. Thank you so much. We're almost at 200 likes already. That's insane. Thank you, guys. We're on pace to break some records for likes. Love it. Very unstable on PC. If you're going to play it, I think you can play it on PS5 and probably have an a really good time. I do believe that. I don't think that the game is like, oh, the door didn't open. That's never happened before. That's funny. Dodge. Dodge. Whack. Little stutter. See, anytime a new effect, like the blood effect, anytime anything new happens, it stutters. See, the blood spurts, it stutters. I'm going to hit him, it's going to stutter right as I hit him. You notice how the weird motion blur? What is it doing? Look at his pants. Like, look on his waist. Do you see that? What is that? I hit him. And then it figures it out. It might be the upscaling that's freaking out. I think I accidentally left that on. I don't know. Something weird's going on. This game hates change. Oh god. See, new particle effects. It stutters. Rips that off. It stutters. He turns. It stutters. So they have a basic dodging system based around the strafing. I actually don't mind it. I would prefer if it was a little more engaged, like having L1 tied to it, like in The Last of Us Part 2 with that quick dodge that Ellie and Abby do. But it doesn't feel terrible. It breaks when there's like 2 or 3 enemies on screen at a time that are coming at you. It just doesn't work. And that's a big problem, but... This is new. This wasn't here last night. My whole time with the game, the only bugs I encountered were enemies despawning randomly, and that happened like twice. This has never happened. I never had this happen while I played the game. Wow. So like they must have introduced this bug with the patch. That's weird, dude. Did they actually make it worse with that patch? It kind of feels like it. I'm gonna be real. It kind of feels like it. People are saying this game is really easy. I saw the opposite on Twitch. People were saying that it's really hard. My experience with it is that I didn't get stuck once. Like I said, I played on medium difficulty, and my time, if you don't count the time I was in menus trying to get the game working properly, I think honestly my time with the game was probably 9.5 hours. 9 to 9.5. According to Steam, my time was like 10 hours, like 10.2 hours. I would guess actual time between 9 and 9.5. I would assume. The random light flickering also constantly makes me think that there's like lighting glitches going on. Oh god. Block attacks. So blocked attacks still take damage, for the record. But you see, like, we have really cool dismemberment effects. They don't really have an impact on gameplay at all. Like, you can't chop off a leg and then do that for a big boss. There's no bosses that are like, okay, cut off their tentacles and then their arms and then this. Nothing like that. Okay, I'm going to click this and then there's going to be a stutter because it's going to introduce some more effects that haven't happened yet. Once I descend. 9.5 to beat it. That's what my timeline came out to. Yeah, dude, there's all sorts of like Z fighting and artifacting. See that on the floor? These things were not here in the version I played last night before the big patch. Which makes me think that they actually somehow made the game worse with that patch. I thought they fixed it, but I think they actually broke it more. Move. Go through. What do you think of the dodge being the same as left stick? Like I said, I would prefer if it were tied to a button press like L1, which isn't really used, I don't think, at all in the game. Similar to The Last of Us. That's what I would prefer. But I don't think it's as clunky as some people have said. For me, it feels pretty decent. I do think... So, yeah, see, it stuttered right as I was pulling back, and so it causes the timing to miss, and then you get killed. It happens all the time. Sup, bro? Oh, nope. Okay, that one was my bad. That wasn't the game. But not to spoil things too much, the boss fights in this game are pretty much entirely comprised of dodging a flail of attacks like this and then coming in and whacking them and then dodging a flail of attacks. Like, I can show you... Hold on, I'll go to full screen. I'll show you a... Hold on. There's probably like this one. I'm going to show you a mini boss fight that's it's not like a unique boss fight. It's a boss that is like you see it 15 times over. And he's even in the trailers and stuff, so I wouldn't even necessarily count it. Is this it? Hold on. Please hold. Please hold. Come on. I just don't want to show you anything that might be considered a spoiler if I can help it. What about this clip? Deadass. I might have just accidentally clicked it. Yeah, here. So this has been shown off in the trailers. Everybody's seen this before, so this isn't a spoiler or anything. But this is a moment in the game where you start getting attacked by this like two-headed thing, and you would think that this would lead to like a really unique and cool boss fight, right? Well, look at what this is comprised of, what you end up having to do. So it just turns into shoot, 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 dodge, shoot, stutter, shoot, dodge. He does one attack, dodge, shoot, dodge, shoot, dodge, shoot. Like that's the whole boss fight. And then like I'm going to punch him a little, and then he's going to try to split in two. And it's going to be, even after that transformation, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be shoot, strafe, shoot, strafe, shoot, strafe, shoot, strafe. It's like so lackluster. And it's like, this could have been a really cool thing. Like you see, it never gets more complicated than this. He does one attack. There's no like spin move, smash, spin move, smash, grab, throw, picking up dead bodies, throwing them at you. That would actually make things really unique, and I think that would help a lot. But there's nothing like that. Instead, he does one attack over and over and over again. And it never gets any better than this. All of the boss fights are like this. Even the last one that I'm not going to show you is almost identical to this for the first phase, which lasts, like, I kid you not, 5 minutes. 5 minutes of doing this repeatedly. Already, you can see I've been shooting him. I've been doing everything right. And he's still going. Now he drops. And then he's dead. So, like, I enjoy fighting the lower level enemies, which is what I said in the review. I really didn't enjoy fighting the bosses, which is weird because the bosses should be a highlight. That should be something you look forward to. But instead, they managed to make the bosses worse than the actual grunt level enemies, which is amazing. How do you do that? Yeah, like if he split in two and then one of them, like the one half is crawling on the ground going at your feet while the other half comes and smashes like that, that would be fine. I'm just asking for something different than step, step, smash, step, step, smash, step, step, smash. Like that's the whole boss fight for 2 minutes. Stutter. Dude, we should play a drinking game. Every time it stutters, you take a shot. I wouldn't be alive tomorrow. Okay, you want to see how many shots I'd have to take here? Let's count. Together! Okay, that was 1. Okay. Oh, that's 2. 2 big ones. Okay, 3, 4. I can handle 4 shots. That's fine. Yeah, 4 shots, no big deal. 5. Okay. 5 shots, I can handle 5. That's not a big deal. No biggie. Not bad. See, we're soaring. We're cruising now. Oh, 6. That was probably 6.5. That was a lot. Okay. Okay. I'm actually really surprised that didn't stutter. Okay. Let's go in here and grab this. Zero because I don't drink. You will if you play this. 7. 8. 8's getting up there. I mean, 8's gonna... Yeah, 8, you're in trouble. Hold on, can we Google this? How many Jaeger bombs will kill you? It's one of the top searches. Let's see. 67 Jaeger bombs is what you would take? What? Wait, hold on. That's not right. Okay, Reddit did it. Reddit r/cocktails. Let's see. Where is it? Jaeger bomb probably not. Y bomb, shotgun, red vodka, and Red Bull most certainly. Okay. How many? Okay, maybe just Everclear. How many Everclear shots? For one, you should never do a shot of Everclear, for the record. To die. Oh no, now it just popped me. I'm sorry. Now it just popped me up with like a suicide hotline. I kid you not. I kid you not. Like, I don't think I can, my screen will show it. But like, this help is available. Dial 988. That's very sweet, Google. Because I see now I did Google how many Everclear shots to die. I realized that doesn't sound good. Google's like, are you okay? Are you okay? I'm sorry. I can't do this. This is bad. Let's see. Everclear comes 1.5 that a lethal dose is 50 of ethanol. Consumable 50 is mandated to adjust to kill 50% of the test population. 751.8 milliliters is about 3 cups of 190 proof Everclear. This just goes to show how dangerous this substance really is, and it shows why it is outlawed in many U.S. states. 3 cups is enough to kill half the population of 180-pound individuals. So, apparently, Everclear. How big is a shot? 1.5 ounces? Alexa, how many ounces are in a cup?
1 cup is 8 fluid ounces.
8, so 1624 divided by 1.5. Oh, I'm typing on the wrong keyboard. 24 divided by 1.5. 16. So we're now at 8. If we got to 16, this game would literally kill us.
Elias, found the elevator, heading up.
The line between death and a good time is a fine one. Oh, 9. Oh, no.
Good place to gear up. You need to watch out now. Security units.
10, 11.
Lethal force has been authorized.
12, 11, 13. I'm counting backwards now. 13. Dude, we're on death's door. And we're what, 15 minutes into the game? Okay, that was 14. Why did I do this? 15, 16, and just like Jacob, we did. So yeah, the game killed us and the boogie. Blame it on the boogie. What a bummer. I mean, I'm not joking. I think what it is, and if we have any game devs in the chat or anybody who's familiar with this stuff, I would like to know. But my thought and what I understood it to be was that the shader cache issue should be like, basically the shaders should be cached even after reboots. It should just be cached within like the whatever files of temp files. But apparently not, because I rebooted the PC overnight and now I guess the whole thing is back to square one. I watch digital foundry videos. Does that make me an expert? It should. Oh, I wonder if they did they do a video on this already? Hold on. Hold up. Digital Foundry. DF Tech PC hashtag stutter struggle analysis. They did do a video on it. Hold on. Visuals, ray tracing, performance versus quality, PS5 performance, PC performance.
Well, to find out, let's check in with our PC correspondent, Alex Battaglia, here on the ground. Alex?
Thanks, John, for the handoff, but unfortunately there's no good news here. The Callisto Protocol on PC is unfortunately disastrously poor at launch. There are many issues with this game on PC, but the most significant issue is that Callisto Protocol on PC is an Unreal Engine 4 game, and specifically an Unreal Engine 4 game that does not pre-compile its shaders. So like nearly every Unreal Engine game I've reviewed in the recent years, that means Callisto Protocol on PC has awful shader compilation stutter. Every single thing done in the game that is new or shown for the first time induces massive stutters. The opening of the game was almost comical with the frequency and severity of the stutters from shader compilation. At one point, the game, for example, is trying to build up the horror mood and scare the player with a red herring steam pipe burst. Classic horror stuff. Well, instead of making me feel any sort of horror or dread, I was just completely wrenched out of the experience in that moment due to a massive shader compilation stutter that occurred as the steam effect was to be shown. Now, I would love to show you more of these stutters, but I honestly don't want to spoil the entire game for you and the audience. To sum it up, shader compilation stutter absolutely ruins Callisto Protocol on PC and any attempts the game has to try and build mood or engross you in its story. As always, it's important for me to point out that I know this is shader compilation stutter due to the fact that the stuttering goes away if you play the sequences more than once. The second time,
but apparently not if you restart your PC, because now it's doing all the same stuff again. I don't know why.
Played, as you can see on the right-hand side here, has comparatively little to no issues with the frame times, and the stutter is more or less eliminated. This is classic shader compilation stutter behavior. The stutters I've been showing off have been on an extremely high-end PC with a Core i9-12900K to show that no PC...
Yeah, this is what it was like when I was trying to run the benchmarks to get it working right. I spent like an hour messing in the menus with this.
...is immune to these issues. But it's important to point out that lower-end CPUs will have even longer pauses and stutters when they show up. A massive 400 millisecond stutter on the Core i9-12900K here, for example, when the hologram shows up in this cutscene, turned into an even more gigantic 750 millisecond stutter on the Ryzen 5 3600. Beyond stuttering on PC, which makes this game unplayable, to quote my friend and colleague John Linneman, there are a number of other issues. The settings may be here on PC to perhaps make this game scale nicely above the consoles, but changing settings is an absolute chore. For example, you cannot change any of the graphical options other than resolution while you are in the game, so there's no real-time changing of graphical options here. If you do somehow manage to stomach the stutter on PC, you will also be confronted with other problems. The game is very CPU limited in my testing. For example, in this scene here, with ray tracing on a Ryzen 5 3600, the game was just above 30 FPS. CPU limited. With ray tracing off, it is just above 60 FPS. This might seem kind of reasonable, but unfortunately the utilization statistics say otherwise. The game is barely saturating the CPU in moments when you are CPU limited in this game, so it is very single thread limited apparently.
Oh, that sucks. And for like my PC has a 16 core CPU because I got it for video editing and rendering and stuff. And to see that they're releasing allegedly quadruple A games, according to them, that are so limited by one core, that's just dumb.
This is a lot like Gotham Knights, another extremely troubled Unreal Engine 4 release. As you can see, in spite of its incredible graphics and art design and more, this release of Callisto Protocol on PC is fundamentally broken and it feels unfinished. I don't think any game should release with shader compilation stutters like these, and it is heartbreaking for me as a reviewer to say this, as I was excited to cover this game positively on PC, but I just can't ethically do that. But that is enough from me for now on this topic. Perhaps Callisto Protocol on PC will get more dedicated coverage after its issues are fixed. In the meantime, I say avoid getting this game on PC.
So that's the situation on PC at the moment. But there's one other aspect of performance I wanted to mention as well: loading times. All platforms mentioned thus far exhibit among the shortest loading times I've experienced with a modern Unreal-based game. It's nearly instantaneous.
Are they saying the PS5 version is good though? PS5 versus Xbox.
For shadows when using this mode, something completely absent in the performance mode. The key here is that ray-traced shadows can influence the look of different scenes.
I don't think they're pushing it too far. It's what he said is that they're not using pre-baked shaders. And that would tell me that there's an option to bake them and pre-rendered or pre-calculated, whatever. or prepackaged shaders. So I would assume you can just prepackage them and like include it in the game download file. And if that's like the fix, I don't know why they wouldn't just do that. I'm sure on PC it's way harder to do that. Maybe Unreal Engine 4 doesn't have good support for it. I don't know. But it seems like everybody knows, like I'm a dummy. I don't understand this stuff. And I knew, like, while I was playing the game, that it was a shader compilation issue. And now Digital Foundry's confirming it. So I like, obviously it's harder to fix than just pressing a couple buttons and then adding to the download. It's not that easy. But I mean, Gotham Knights had the same issue, and now it's happening again with this game, and it just sucks.
To a greater degree than you might expect. Like here, this area is evenly lit when the spotlight passes by the player, but with ray tracing enabled, the scenery occludes the light instead, resulting in shadows.
Yeah, look at that.
Cast.
Finally, there's a console release where the ray tracing mode has a noticeable impact. Like in actual moments of gameplay. Look at that. That's about as night and day as you could possibly get. Almost literally. Having ray tracing on and no ray tracing. That's crazy, man. I listened to them talk about it, and it seems like a pain to fix in UE4. You have to go manually through the game and do it, if I remember correctly. I can understand why that would be annoying. But, like, as a game developer, you would think you know that this is going to be a problem because it was a huge problem in the last game that just released with Unreal Engine 4 on PC. Like, it had major issues. And surely, like, this is actually one thing I'm actually genuinely curious about. The devs, when they're working on these games, they're playing through the game, like a sequence they're working on. They're playing through it 10 times in like a single day. They're playing through this level 10 times to make sure their changes are keeping the game stable, and they're trying it constantly. So all of their shaders are already compiled, I would assume. So is it possible that the devs seriously just had like no idea that the game was this bad on fresh PCs? Because like, how often would they be installing this game on a fresh PC to see it? My understanding, you guys are saying that new drivers will reset all of the progress, which is probably what it was. If I now that I think of it, I probably did reinstall my drivers last night because we were playing Warhammer Darktide, and there were some artifacting, so I reinstalled drivers. So that's probably what did it. But maybe like that could be it. They like, maybe the devs were like, oh my god, we should have tested it on more fresh PCs. I don't know. If that's true, how horrified would they be when they saw this? Yeah, for real. I mean, I have to imagine somebody at some point was like, hey, I'm going to reinstall my graphics drivers and we're going to test the game's performance just to see what it's like. Surely somebody did that, you know? Imagine being a dev tester, seeing a bug or a glitch, and then being like, I'm trying to go drinking tonight and greenlight everything. I mean, it sounds like that's kind of what they did with Cyberpunk, where they were like, it's fine, we'll come back to it later. Like I think it was Jason Schreier, he did a piece on it, and he said he had like direct quotes from employees at CD Projekt Red, and the employees said time and time again we'd run into issues with the game or with something we were doing in the game, and we would say to ourselves, we need to fix this. But then everybody would be like, well, we'll get back to it later. And everybody said okay, because they said, we are the team that made The Witcher 3. We'll figure it out. Didn't age well, because now they're the team that made Cyberpunk. And now everybody's going to be saying for years, yeah, they're the team that made Cyberpunk. Yeah, don't trust them, you know? That's crazy. This is so sad. Makes me scared for High on Life. There has been no advertising for that game, and it's meant to launch in a few days. It is concerned. High on Life? What's that? Hold on. Oh, that's the goofy artsy one, right? Yeah. Is this really supposed to launch in a few days? Really? December 13th. Who's publishing it? Do we know? Because maybe I'll reach out for a review code on this. High on Life. Squanch Games. Publisher Squanch Games. Huh. Yeah, for those of you not familiar, it's this game. You probably will recognize it. It's the guns that talk.
Look at us, a couple. But why they have to be in this busted desert wasteland? Which is a great name for a strip club. But look at this. I wouldn't live here. You know how you see those signs that says, if you lived here, you would be home? Oh!
This is one of those games that like either is going to be super fun or annoying as hell.
I feel like it's going to be pretty easy to get lost. If your ass don't pay attention. Pay attention! Greebles ahead. Down for some target practice? These guys suck. They just eat up scrap metal. And trust me, scrap metal tastes like shit.
His eyes separate.
You can just kill these guys. Just kill them.
Dude, it's so weird.
Okay, damn it! Switch to Kenny! I keep getting sand in my eyes! Like a Black Friday sale.
I'm going to make a note to pursue a review code for this, because this could be fun.
You know, some people are fighting over stuff. That's what the desert is. No good shit here. Old Town's just past this bridge. You can't miss it. Oh, check out that little tiny city over there.
Oh, hello there. I'm Cutie Hubie, and it's my great pleasure to introduce you to Little Cutie Town. We're a nice, peaceful society full of cute little 1-inch tall guys who love each other and only know how to be nice. We welcome all strangers with open arms and a full heart. I'm so glad you found your way to our sweet little slice of heaven. Oh, fantastic. You've decided to take a look around Little Cutie. Oh my god. Oh no, you just crossed our hospital. We have a state-of-the-art healthcare program here in Little Cutie Town where everyone gets treated for free. That hospital was full of sick people in need and now they're all dead. Oh my god, this sucks so much. You're just walking around knocking down buildings. Oh no. I hate seeing everyone I love die. Oh no, there goes Cutie Steven. You just stepped on Cutie Steven. You didn't even realize it because you're so big. You just step up. Oh, you're destroying our historic monuments. Oh my god, that's Little Cutie Town Hall. That's where okay, that's it. That's my whole town, my whole Little Cutie Town's ruined. You've ruined the whole city and all my friends are dead. I'm the only last little cutie alive and I am going to kill myself, I guarantee it. As soon as you walk away, I'm gonna be so depressed I just pop a gun in my own head and I die. I'm just gonna fucking die. How's that sound? No more living for me. I don't want to be alive. My whole town and home is gone and dead and you did it. It's your fault. I know I invited you in, but you should have realized you're so big, you're gonna ruin things. You should have told me. I didn't think about it. I'm kind of dumb sometimes, but you're not as dumb as me, I assume, so you should have said, hey, I'm not gonna go in there. I don't want to.
Both teams have their spot, but they are.
Oh, I just hate it when everyone I love dies. Wow. I'm actually in after that. That was so good. I'm interested very much. That was amazing. Oh no, our hospital. We have an amazing healthcare system where everyone is treated for free. Oh god. That was so good. Wow. I was not ready for that. I've seen the other little bits they've shown of this game and I was like, yeah, maybe, I don't know. But that actually is pretty tremendous. Anyway. Oh god. Oh, my face hurts from smiling so hard. Let's see. So I looked it up in the recent Unreal Engine 5.1 update. They finally added a thing where the engine keeps track of the stutters for the devs. QA used to have to manually mark the instances for devs for them to fix later. Interesting. I mean, that's a big deal. If you don't want, or if you don't get a review code, you'll be happy to know this day one Game Pass. Yeah, I mean, we'll play that for sure. What is? It's the 13th.
okay? Look, walk wherever you want. This is the fucking Mac and Cheese Brothers construction site. We ain't done here. Okay? You gotta be careful. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yo, chill out. We're cool, okay? So how you want to handle this? Tough guys like this only respect other tough guys. So don't embarrass me.
You think you could just walk up into a Mac and Cheese Brothers construction site like you're some sort of fucking G? Whoa, whoa, whoa! You just killed my fucking brother, Joey Mac and Cheese Brothers. Holy shit, dude!
Piece of shit. Look, man, look. You don't gotta be so quick to shoot. These are just working class folks doing their job.
I'm Jimmy Mac and Cheese, and you killed my brother Joey Mac and Cheese. You know he was important. You know Joey. I'll tell you a little about it. We'll do a little eulogy here while I shove you.
I'll tell you a little bit. I'll just give you a little eulogy while I shove you. I love the ad-libbing dialogue. Oh.
You know, Joey I hate you. Stairs. You know, he was a big stair guy. To do he thought if we built these stairs into this ravine going down and coming back up on the other side, that'd be the best thing for people. And you know what? Now people fucking run away, you little bitch. You're a piece of shit alien. I hate you. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me here. We're trying to do a good job here. This alien's a piece of shit. Oh my god, this asshole. Oh, I can't oh my god. Holy shit, those guys are intense. You know, you could have killed them, right? I would have been fine with that.
I'm actually kind of into it. I'm into it. Just for the laughs. Like, I'm going to be smiling the whole time I play it. No, they're the mac and cheese people. My only concern is it's just going to be a bunch of Rick and Morty sounding characters. I know they've gotten some voice actors like Joel Haver. I don't know who that is. I feel sorry. Let's see. Simeon, Evil Within 2. I've never played the Evil Within 2 all the way through, but from what I have tried and what I've seen, it's markedly more scary. Callisto Protocol is like, I think it is much more action thriller than it is horror game. And by like, there's only really one super unique boss fight where you haven't seen that enemy before the whole game. You know, it's totally new. You won't see him before or after because it's kind of at the end of the game. Everybody else is just kind of copy and pasted throughout the game. So it like once you've seen one monster, you've seen them all. And that's unfortunate. But there's very few moments where I was like, oh man, this is going to be crazy. There aren't many moments like that, unfortunately. I hope this game isn't just Rick and Morty style humor the whole game. I think that's exactly what this is supposed to be. I think that's exactly what this is. Joel Haver from YouTube. Am I just out of the loop? I don't know who that is. Oops. I think the devs just funnily missed the mark of survival horror. I just think like they were also so obsessed with trying to continue along the way of like following in the footsteps of Dead Space and being the spiritual successor to Dead Space that they just totally forgot to make it its own thing. And while it does some stuff, I think as well as Dead Space did, and some things like graphics, of course, even better. Sound design is tremendous. I think that there's a lot that they still do worse. And like enemy variety, dynamics in combat, things like that Dead Space did really well is just not really present here. Like most of the enemies, it's whack, 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 shoot, 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 dodge, 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 and then they're dead. Like that's the whole thing. This is on PC. We're playing this on PC. My PS5 version isn't arriving until shoot. Little bit of stutter. That's 17 shots. Yeah, my PS5 version or disc doesn't show up till tomorrow. I whack, 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 shoot, 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 too. Good. Thank God. There need to be two of us. I am the second coming. You must call me Zorp. Everyone make fun of bad dreams. You have my permission. See, also these checkpoints are kind of broken. Like, I died right there in that doorway. So you'd think it would send me back there to restart and go back through this. But because I stepped over that threshold, I start here. So the checkpoint system is just a little clunky. There will be times where you cross a threshold and... Oh, maybe I can just show you this. Hold on, I have to pull up my notes real quick. Callisto Protocol. All enemies despawn. Clip 3, 20 minutes in. Okay, clip 3, 20 minutes in. 20. Is this actually right? Yeah, see, this was on the patch before, or this was the original version of the game before the patch. Okay, so they run in, they do their thing. I had a note that all of the enemies despawned in this moment. Let's see if this is actually it. So when I cross the threshold, maybe? No, I don't think that was it. Please hold. There's a moment that's like super clear where like all of the enemies just disappear. Enemy floats through a wall. Choice of arenas are really tight. That's true. 38. Yeah, I have a note. December 1st at 3 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, the first patch of 14 gigabytes went up. And then at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, just 3 hours later, a 65 gigabyte patch went up. And they both seem to moderately fix stuttering a little bit, but now I'm realizing I think it was just that my computer was catching up to itself. Uh-oh, Shillup does not recommend? Oh, jeez. Oh, because he said he's the second coming. And I said earlier in the stream that if anybody came in and claimed to be the second coming of Jesus Christ, that we would make fun of them. Remember? So because Bad Dreams came in and said he was the second coming, we have to make fun of Bad Dreams now. That was the deal, you know. that's the deal. Gray59, glad to have you. I'm glad you're back. It's been ages, but it feels good to be home. Bad Dreams, more like Callisto Protocol being a full-price game. Got him. Got him. Hold on. Okay. Let me think where this was, because I've like an image in my mind of one event, one stutter that was really rough. No, it's gonna be before this. 20 minutes in, roughly. Yeah, this is it. It's clip number 4. Okay. Watch this. I turn around. All these enemies are going to come at me, and watch what happens. Just gone. You can see I'm like, what? 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 You can see like they're charging, and then there's some sort of stutter, a piece of the floor despawns and like reloads in, and then the whole thing disappears. Like, I don't know, dude. I think that happened. That was the worst one I saw the whole game. The only other time something like that happened was specifically load sections. So like I would run past a door and get killed right on the other side of the door. And then when I would reload in after being killed there, I would start on the other side of the door with none of the enemies spawn behind me. So I just like didn't have to fight them. And honestly, that might be why I was able to get through the game faster than you were supposed to, I guess, just because that stuff happened and it allowed me to unintentionally skip portions of combat. I don't know. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. 16 times the despawn.
16 times the detail.
One of the games ever. Yeah. Of all the games that released this year, Callisto Protocol is one of them. Sure is. Let me be clear. When the game is working, I think you can have fun with it. I enjoyed my time with Callisto Protocol, even though it was an absolute trudge. And at the end of my review, when I said, yeah, I think it's worth playing if it looks intriguing and you understand that it's only going to be 10 hours and it's, shorter than they initially pitched it as long as you go into it with the right expectations, you can have a really good time with it, I think. On PC, currently, it's a disaster, so steer clear. Even after the patch, it seems like people are still having massive problems. We're having massive problems. It's broken. But PS5, I think you could have a good time. Are you able to vote in the Game Awards? Not on the official panel. I can do like the audience vote thing. I can do that. CDPR CEO announced Cyberpunk 2077's Game of the Year edition for 2023. Okay. I hope the DLC is great too, but that seems a little bit presumptive. Fast food's enjoyable, but bad at the same time. Dead ass. Yes. This makes me sad because evidently the creator of Dead Space is incapable of making Dead Space. I just think for this, if we're looking at the game when it works, so like say we fast forward 6 months, the game is patched and refined. At that point, if they were to release it as a new game, what would it be worth? Or like if we look at it as a PS5 exclusive maybe, and we're just considering the polished and good PS5 port. Looking at that, I think, I think the game is a high production, high intensity, AAA survival action game, and I think it's a good one. I think that I had more fun playing this than I had playing okay, maybe that's aggressive. I would put this up there with like Resident Evil 8 in terms of my enjoyment of it, personally, when it works. Problem is, it doesn't work very well, at least on PC. But on PS5, if the game works well, I think it's one of the better action thriller games of the last few years. And I would happily stand by that. I don't think the combat systems, I think, are good enough. The problem is the enemy types that they pair with it. The boss encounters are so lackluster that, like I showed you guys earlier, it's just dodge, hit, roll, shoot, roll, dodge. Yeah, it's just not, there's not a lot there. $70 of value here. I mean, that's always been kind of a loaded question if I'm being real, because for one, $70 just in the last couple of years has dropped in value. So verbally $70 sounds like more than it actually is in terms of purchasing power. It's still a lot of money though, to be fair, because basically the way I would say it is, okay, but is this deserving of a full price, like a full price tag? Is that worth it? And for me, like full price on PS5, yeah, I think the game could be worth it on full price. I haven't tried it on PS5. I don't know if it runs really well. People are saying it runs really well, but I think that there's an argument, if you like these kinds of games, that yeah, full price, you'd get your money's worth. But I don't know. I haven't tried it on PS5, but the whole, it gets really weird to try and figure out like what is deserving of a full price tag nowadays, because we have like Resident Evil 8 coming out that's 6 to 8 hours long, and people are willing to say that that's well worth the full price tag. But then at the same time, we have 100-hour games, which people are like, I'm good. So it's just tricky. It's not about gameplay time. It's also, there's a question of quality. There's a question of budget. Because if a huge quadruple A multi-million-dollar game is being put together and it's 5 hours long, and they're charging 60, that's, I think, more significant than if it was like an 8-bit thing put together by one guy in an afternoon that's 5 hours long that he's passing off for $60, you know. And so there's some consideration of gameplay length mixed with quality, mixed with budget, mixed with your feelings toward that genre. There's all sorts of considerations, you know, so it's not as simple as just, yes, this is objectively worth that. It's not like an investment. It's not a financial security. So there's no easy answer of, yes, according to my calculations, this game is clearly worth that amount, you know. Isn't this a debut for the studio? I think so. $70 on PlayStation makes me want to wait and buy later. I think that's fine. Like, honestly, this game I fully expect to plummet in the sales charts and go on sale pretty quickly. It also wouldn't surprise me if they bring it to Game Pass in like March, maybe. So I would, like, if you're not feeling the urge to play it now on PS5 or Xbox, yeah, absolutely wait. You're going to eventually, like, time rewards the patient. So, you know, there's no rush. There's no rush. The only reason, like, I think you should pay the full price now on PS5 is if you really want to play this game. You don't want spoilers. You're looking, like some people were saying in chat, or like I posted to Twitter kind of a rundown of my review last night. And people are like, honestly, I'm so bored right now. I just need a game to play. So I'm going to be trying it no matter what. And if you're one of those people that's just looking for a game to play, a new game to play, then yeah, I think that's more justified, you know? I have not played Ashen, but I've watched some streamers play it, and it looks pretty interesting. I have a feeling this game was supposed to be a PS5 exclusive, but Jimbo saw how much trouble it was having in dev. Or in light of the Activision Blizzard stuff, they just decided to kind of forego the idea of buying out exclusivity. So, you know, they're like, okay, this one game, we won't bother doing that. Who knows? But, I mean, allegedly, it's really funny now, because yesterday, everybody was tweeting out that article that Sony sent like 150 developers to help them finish this game and get it out. And everyone was like, see, PlayStation's just concerned with the players. They want their audience to have the best games possible, blah, blah, blah. It's like, this is what the PS5 devs were on? Okay. Got you. But honestly, I think it probably reflects Sony sent those devs probably to increase stability of the PS5 port, because they wanted it to play best on PS5. And honestly, it's a good investment, because what am I doing now? I'm telling you, yeah, I don't think that you should buy it unless it's on PS5. So it makes sense. They put the money in, get you all hyped on it, tell you it's best on PS5. It's only worth playing on PS5. You know, that's how they do it. It's a Chad move for real, though. Well, Microsoft's better. I don't know if they did something similar. They might have. I haven't heard a lot about the Xbox port. But a lot of that's just because a lot of people nowadays, like you go on Metacritic, you click on Callisto Protocol, the default version of the game is PS5. Mm-hmm. Let's see. I have to be patient as I am living in a poor country, so I cannot afford a PS5 proper PC. I will go through older games over and over. There's so many you will never get bored. Oh, for real, Adrian. Yeah, no, the back catalog is crazy. There's so much good stuff. And there's a lot of games that age really well. Some games don't age tremendously well, but a lot of others, you know, are pretty timeless. The media run around, they did patting themselves on the back gives me meta vibes now. No one cares about us PC players. I think they're just like, yeah, they'll figure it out. They got modders, they'll figure it out. It's a debut for the studio, but not for the devs. There are some veterans of the game industry. Today, debut is sometimes abstract in form, not correct for making an opinion from that info. Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. Clearly, these guys have done a lot of games before. This is the moment from the trailer, but it looks way worse in the game. You ready? Probably because it stuttered right as it happened. Midnight Sun. Somebody was saying in the chat, though, that the Midnight Suns port on PC wasn't very good. You could buy this Dead Space successor, which fails to live up to the original, or wait for Dead Space remake reviews. I mean, as long as the Dead Space remake is like moderately close to what people are expecting, like it's gonna review well, and you know, we went through some of the we went through some of Dead Space 1 here on stream on the Series S. And I was blown away at how well it's aged. Really well. So, to be honest, there's so many horror games next year that it will probably be forgotten in a few months. Yeah, that's why I would fully expect that this will be on Game Pass within like Game Pass and or PlayStation Plus by March. With Midnight Suns, there are mixed feelings. Fight is incredible fun, great system, but all the social stuff is mess, sometimes very bad. And you need to lower the settings for a better experience. Okay. Isaac, been watching since Red Dead Critique. You are my go-to for anything gaming. You're amazing, bro, and growing like a weed. Hope you end up with 10, 20, 30 million. Oh, dude, that's the dream. Thank you. I appreciate you coming by. Thank you. How's the game playing automatically? I hired Nadia, peace be upon her, to play it for us. No, this is footage from my first run through from like yesterday, 2 days ago. Not tremendous. Peace be. Peace be, praise be. It all goes back to Cole, who we teased that he was basically worshiping Nadia because he refused to acknowledge that she could do anything wrong, that she was cheating, that blah, blah, blah. So we kind of started memeing on him and pretending like he was the patron saint of Nadia, and that Nadia was like his god basically. And so we just started teasing the simp effectively. It's good fun. Do recommend. 'Tis good fun. Hold on, I'm to add this. And then numbering start with 1 as a prefix. Sorry, I'm relabeling all my clips. Voila. Okay, there we go. Cole Phelps. X to doubt that. Deadass indeed. Are you looking forward to the rumored MMO set in the Last of Us universe? I haven't heard about the MMO. I heard about like the multiplayer thing that they're doing. I guess maybe that's what you're referring to. I don't know. The multiplayer game looks interesting. If it's going to be like a battle royale, but with the combat and systems of The Last of Us Part 2, I'm into it. They say that there's a story involved with it. I don't know what that even means. So maybe it is more like an MMO and it's just like a huge city, but with a story in it and it's multiplayer. Who knows? Who knows? Hopefully we find out soon. Akash, also, thank you for the 20, I think that's Indian rupees. Thank you. Imagine first timers coming to the stream and hearing and reading Deadass nonstop. Yeah, sorry. Horizon Zero Dawn MMO. Yeah, I don't I'll be real. I'm kind of burnt out on all things Horizon. And my understanding is that the Horizon thing that they're doing is basically a response to their I think they're putting Horizon on ice. I think they're moving on to other IP ideas for the next 10 years or so. So they're putting out an MMO themed around it and this VR game, kind of like what they did with Fallout 76 on ZeniMax's side, where they have a game in that franchise so that it's there. And so if you want more Fallout or if you want more Horizon, there's something for you. Yeah, that worked well. People are playing it. Same with the Elder Scrolls Online. People are playing it. They keep doing expansions. It's like I said in the Avengers thing. Some group of people is playing the Avengers because they keep putting out expansions. So you like somebody's buying them. Somebody's buying them. Somebody's playing them. I don't know who. They aren't coming forward. It's like a secretive thing. But somebody's doing it, you know? Horizon's booty cheeks, don't at me. I don't know. I personally find it to be extremely unexceptional. It's a really good looking game. That's what's exceptional about it. The engine is very powerful and it looks great. But almost every other element of it, I think there's 1,000 other games that do every piece of it way better. Whether it's the combat system, the melee elements of the combat system, the looting, the crafting, the exploration, navigation, every single bit of it. Like, and there's some things that people also, like, even the Horizon hardcore fans just don't even know how to defend. Like yeah, it's not even, I'm not even referring to the facial animations and stuff like that. We can point at that and say it's kind of funny, but I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about like the crazy number of campfires that are fast travel points. Sometimes they are less than 5 seconds run between each other. Why would you do that? Why are there so many fast travel points that they're 5 seconds separated apart? And it's pretty clear to me, if you play Forbidden West, the grind involved in getting crafting materials to upgrade and get high-end armor is so heavy that they knew you were going to be traveling to these different locations, and to just make it easier, they put all these campfires in for you to fast travel quickly between looting and scavenging points. And it's like, no, you fixed the wrong side of it. Like, you fixed the wrong half of the equation. This equation, it was very simple. It's like, yeah, no, the grind is too heavy, because in order to complete the grind, players have to run off to all of these random areas, and then they have to grind and defeat all these monsters and all this craziness, collect all these things. And even then, after they clear out an entire like herd of one type of bot, it might not drop the thing you need to craft the thing you're doing. So they then leave, fast travel out, and then fast travel back. Everybody's respawned, and then you continue along your way. And so like they look at that and they're like, okay, that makes sense. And then they went to the wrong side of the equation, and instead of fixing the grind and the requirement of the grind, they're like, we'll just make the grind even easier and more mindless. And it's like, no, that's not what we wanted. Like, you took the thing and then you ruined it. Like, come on. Davik, thank you. Very generous. $9.99. Appreciate you. It's gonna do text to speech here in a second. So I'll let it do that. Any moment now. Dude, the text to speech on YouTube is so slow and sluggish. So there's just a lot of weird design choices with Horizon that I've never heard anybody defend. It's always just, you just hate Sony. And then the next day I put something out praising Game Pass. People like, you just hate, or like criticizing Game Pass or criticizing an Xbox game. And they're like, oh, see, you just hate Xbox. You're a Sony pony. I'm like, swear. Can we get a Luke's top 5 of 2022 video? Yeah, we'll do something kind of like that. We'll do a Game of the Year video right before Christmas where I announce my picks for Game of the Year, indie game, most anticipated game of 2023, stuff like that. What I predict to be the best game of 2023. I think that's going to be a fun one because it's going to be in a video. It's going to survive forever. Okay, I'm just going to read it. Now it goes off. Literally right as I say, okay, I'm just going to read it, Davik, it goes off. I swear. It's like I couldn't time it better if I tried.
Davik Nake donated $9.99 through Super Chat. Watch your critiques kinda daily while I work and have rewatched most of them multiple times. Your critiques are so well put together and coherent that I end up playing games with a fresh outlook.
Davik, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I'm glad that they help you gain an appreciation of games as well. I mean, that's kind of the idea, is that like one of my favorite things when watching any sort of video is when it makes you look at things in a different light. And I try to always just say what I think about games, and I try to argue my points. And sometimes I'm wrong, sometimes I'm right. But, you know, we do the best with what we got. But with a lot of this stuff, it's just nice to hear that it's having an impact. So appreciate you. I appreciate you. Maybe you can set up a voice command for it. Maybe. I don't know how to like pull the notification. That's what I've got to figure out. Yes, Gray59, we are going to play the new update. I'm also going to see if I can get access to the update like a day or two early. I don't know. We will see. Let me make sure I make that note. Because I seriously don't know if they're even going to be sending out like preview codes for the update. I don't know. They do have that sometimes with like a beta access, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see what live stream software does anyone recommend? I use Streamlabs. I've used classic OBS as well. I just like Streamlabs, but honestly, if you're streaming to YouTube, maybe classical OBS would work better. But I've noticed that Streamlabs OBS is pretty stable. I haven't had many issues with it, whereas classic OBS, I ran into some issues. So I like Streamlabs. I'm a fan. Waiting for God of War Ragnarok to come out on PC going to be hard, staying away from the spoilers. Oh, dude, for real. Eventually, like probably in the next few months, I think Game Awards season, it'll be really tough. But after a couple months, people are just going to move on. And it also doesn't really have... There's maybe like a couple points that you could classify as like, if you saw that, it like, oh, that's spoiled. But it's not like, you know, Darth Vader's Luke's father. There's no big spoiler that's like going to change everything. So I wouldn't worry about it. Let's see. Where's my mouse? Started Red Dead 2. Oh, dude, you're in for a treat. Waiting for... Oh, I just read that one. You impact all of us, Luke. Imperium, you're too kind. I try. Hopefully it's a positive impact. CDPR, Witcher 3, or announced Witcher 3 next gen update. Right as I'm finishing up a playthrough. Guess I gotta start over. I think that's what's gonna happen. They left you no choice. Norse mythology spoiled Ragnarok hundreds of years ago. I actually know somebody who's really into Norse mythology, and they're actually pretty pissed off that they kind of departed pretty hard from what they expected. It's a positive impact, straight dead ass. Straight dead ass. That's new. Rise Son of Rome. Yeah, Daniel. I even did recently an I Tried where I went back and gave it another shot recently. I've done like... It was one of my favorite videos I made last year. It might have been early this year too, but it was a video where I kind of went back to Rise Son of Rome and I did a whole video essay on the development of the game, what happened when it launched, the lasting legacy, what the studio that's doing it now, or what the studio that made it is doing it now. So if you just look up Luke Stevens Rise Son of Rome, it'll pop up on YouTube. So just give it a search. But it's one of my proudest videos from the last like 18 months. No game has scratched the itch that Elden Ring did, so I just keep playing games and not finishing them. Yeah, Elden Ring's one of those games kind of like Breath of the Wild that you play, you get really into it for 120 hours, and then you come out of it and it's like you just woke up from a dream and you're like, okay, what now? And you don't know what to do. And that's kind of what I felt as well, where it's like that was great. And like I've tried to go back to it and it just doesn't hit the same feeling, in the same way. But damn, it's good. Damn, it's good. But yeah, I think it's one of those games that only comes around every 3 to 5 years. But when those types of games come along, they hit you different. For me, it was like The Witcher 3 hit that way. I would say Breath of the Wild hit that way in 2017. I think Red Dead Redemption 2 hit that way. That game was tremendous. So we got like 2 right back to back. 2019, there wasn't really anything. 2020, there wasn't really anything. I hoped it was Cyberpunk, but that didn't really hit. 21. Yeah, I think Elden Ring was the next one after that. It was a kind of a dry spell.
Jasser Zavizdich donated
Thank
$5
you.
for Super Chat. Nothing to say but, dead butt. Super Chat wouldn't accept that a word. Keep up the great content.
Oh,
Luke.
that's funny.
You're the man. Dead A.
Dead A. Dead A. Thank you, Josiah. Thank you. That's very generous of you. $5. Appreciate you. That's funny that they won't let you put that in a text to speech. That's funny. Google on top of it. Call me stupid, but I'm hoping Starfield hits me the same. Fingers crossed. Yeah, Brandon, I think a lot of us are. I'm cautiously or skeptically optimistic. I am still not ready to just give Bethesda the benefit of the doubt. And that's one thing I said in my collaboration with Maddie is I was like, I think the difference between us is just Maddie looks at the Starfield stuff and is able to get excited for it and be like, this looks good. It looks like a return to form for Bethesda, blah, blah, blah. I look at it and I just see, okay, like that's interesting, but they totally screwed us over just a few years ago. The last thing they did was like borderline criminal. And I can't just like move on from that. I can't do that easily. And he's like, I totally get it. I don't think you're wrong for that. And I was like, yeah, and if you're able to get hyped for it, cool. But I would also say like to everybody, don't pre-order definitely until there's like reviews or preview events that people have seen. But even like Cyberpunk, you guys remember they did preview events for Cyberpunk where they invited like Elena Pierce and I think Young went to one and SkillUp went to one, I think. I don't know. But they sent a bunch of like IGN reviewers and people to those preview events, and they tried Cyberpunk like 6 months before it launched. And they said, well, you know, there were some technical issues here and there, but overall it was like very impressive. And in the words of Young, this is going to be the game of my dreams. Young out. And we know how that ended. So even if you get preview events, it doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be like indicative of the quality of the game. And I don't think Bethesda is the type to do preview events in that way. But all told, I don't think you should pre-order anything from BGS until they've demonstrated that they can deliver. And even games that people think are going to be like a slam dunk still have their times where they can drop the ball, you know. It can still happen. Yeah, Young shelled hard for Cyberpunk. Yeah. The game of my dreams. Then unlisted all of the videos. Preview event will be people watching Todd playing it and explaining all the detail. Probably. I mean, it's just it's tough because like we want to get hyped. I want to be hyped for games. I want to be excited for games, and like I don't like being the negative Nancy. I don't like being the one that comes along and it's like, well, I'm not sold, you know, because it's more fun to be hyped. But like even the Callisto Protocol, you guys remember just on Wednesday, I said before I got the review code, I was like, my big concern is that all the footage they've shown, there's random like frame drops and stutters occasionally. And if that's happening in the best footage they could collect that they chose to put in a trailer, what's the footage look like that they're not hand selecting and cherry picking? It's probably way worse. So you've got to wonder, okay, well then why is that happening? Now we see it's because the PC port was probably so broken that they just couldn't get rid of the stutters. So they recorded it on PC with ray tracing and everything cranked to make it look great. Still had the occasional stutters. And then they just very carefully selected footage and sections of the game that worked better. And that had minimal stutters, but still were there. And so like But if I wanted to get hyped for the game, I could have just passed that off as maybe it's just an encoding issue. Maybe it was just a YouTube thing. Whatever. Not a big deal. But you gotta be a little skeptical. And I've said this before in videos. Skepticism and cynicism are different. People think that they hear skeptical, like I posted this skeptical review of Callisto Protocol. Skepticism and cynicism are different. Being skeptical is fundamentally just a sort of epistemology and a way of thinking that means that you're not going to be sold on something, you're not going to believe something until there's adequate and sufficient evidence for belief in that thing. And cynicism is usually like you're starting from a negative standpoint, and you, instead of coming in at a 0 on the -1 to +1 scale, you're coming in at like -0.5, right? So you're coming in cynical, like this is gonna suck. I'm ready for it. Let's see it. Let's deal with it. Whereas like overly optimistic comes in at like +0.5. So like for for Starfield, I'm trying to come in at a 0 on the -1 to +1 scale. Maddie is coming in at probably like +0.5, probably because he's coming in like really hyped up and excited. It's more BGS. He's a huge fan of their stuff. And I'm not saying he's wrong for being there. Everybody knows, like the whole point of this is to understand where people are coming from. So if you are a reviewer, you just have to be aware and disclose where you're at. If I am a huge diehard fan of like Naughty Dog games and I'm reviewing a Naughty Dog game, I'm going to come in and I'm going to say, listen, I love these kinds of games. Some of my favorite games are made by this developer in this style. Understand, this is my thing, right? Then you know. The problem is when I come in and I pretend as though I'm coming in at a 0 when I'm actually coming in at a +1. Or for, a game where I'm really, really negative. My argument would be a lot of these reviewers who claim to be unbiased for like Ubisoft, they come in at a -1. They come in at a -2. Like they come in with a cynical approach to Ubisoft games. And I don't think that's fair. And in the same way, like I love memeing on Kojima more than anyone. Like I love making fun of him. He's an actual crazy person. But like that doesn't mean that you come in at a -1. That doesn't mean you come into his games being like, okay, get ready for some weird like existential crisis bullcrap. No, you try to come in at a 0 on that scale, right? So that's the approach we've been trying to take, is to just come in with no presuppositions, evaluate the game for what it is, not what you hoped it would be, and see what that's like. And even now, like a lot of people are reviewing Callisto Protocol and they're saying, well, you can see the Dead Space influences, but it's not the evolution of Dead Space that a lot of us wanted. I'm like, yeah, I get that you wanted it, but as it is, what it is what you're tasked with reviewing. So like, how is that? We're not asking you if it lives up to what you were hoping it would be. Does it hold up to being a good game, a decent game? All hail Lord Kojima. Please forgive Luke for his comments. Amen. Yes, truly. I think we need more medieval fantasy open worlds. Just hit different. Dude, I'd be down for that. Hogwarts Legacy has me hyped and it's scary. Gray, I'm kind of... That's one of those things where I'm coming into Hogwarts Legacy because I like Harry Potter stuff. I mean, I literally have the Harry Potter castle behind me made out of Lego. I'm going into Hogwarts Legacy probably like a 0.5 on the -1 to +1 scale. Thinking that like just knowing that it's from Warner Brothers and they did Gotham Knights, they did Shadow of War, they have their own mess of releases. Every time I start to lean more towards +1, I have to think of that, and that brings me back down to like 0, right? So I'm trying to level myself out, but I think a lot of people, yeah, exactly, yeah. Hogwarts Legacy, I'm at an irrational +1. Yeah, I think a lot of people are in that spot. People are very hyped. All they have to do really is deliver a decently stable game with a lighthearted Harry Potter style story and a realistic recreation of Hogwarts, and people will be very, very happy. It doesn't have to be like game of the year material. It just has to deliver an explorable Hogwarts, and I think that alone will probably guarantee like an 8 out of 10 minimum. Hogwarts Legacy is probably one of the games I'm most excited about. I'd be crushed if it isn't a polished product, been delayed enough. Yeah. I have to imagine they're aware of that expectation. And the thing I will give them credit for is that they've been very transparent. Callisto Protocol, not transparent at all. They were giving very select previews and preview access to people within like the media, but it was very selective, and even then not many people got access to it. And there were restrictions on which sections they could play, what gameplay they could show, all sorts of weird things. Whereas Hogwarts Legacy, they've been showing a lot for months and months and months, sometimes too much. That collector's edition was horrible, but you know, that's a separate issue. I thought a lot of games lift the embargo day one. Most of them lift the embargo the day before. Because the idea behind reviews is that you look at the review and you decide whether or not you want it. If a game's developer and publisher thinks that, okay, this is going to be good, this is going to be really good, it's going to review well, they put it out the day before, allow that hype to generate more sales, and they're happy. When a studio or a publisher puts the embargo the day of release, the game could still be good, but it certainly seems that it's far more likely that the game is like they're trying to obfuscate and confuse things. Or at the very least, they're insecure about it and they're not sure how it's going to review. Which house are you going for? Well, I'm a Ravenclaw. So I am tempted to just do that. I think playing as Slytherin could be really interesting just for narrative reasons, because we know that there's this whole thing with, you know, dark magic and consideration of using that. And I think there could be some cool narrative implications to playing Slytherin, but I don't know. Yeah, or the House Kanye. Oh, man. Yeah, you walk around wearing Yeezys. That would be great. Oh, man. That would actually be pretty funny. Kanye needs to be a DLC. Yeah, for real. For real. Aren't those houses just skins? No, it actually, like, there's a lot of stuff. J.K. Rowling introduces him as an honored guest. Dude, can you imagine? That would be tremendous. When your professor starts going off on a rant about how goblins are out to get him. Yeah. That was one thing, like, I've said this before, but they bashed, people were saying that you should boycott Hogwarts Legacy because the goblin, like, bankers in the world of Harry Potter are clearly a dog whistle to racists and anti-Semites, because they're trying to suggest that Jews are goblins. And I was like, I didn't say that. Nobody said that but you. You're the one that said that. You just made this weird, right? Like, you're the one that just made that weird. To us, like, goblins aren't real. Nobody thinks goblins are real. They're just goblins that run a bank. Like, that's it. You're making it, like, you're the one making this a problem. And it's the same thing, like, we were watching, Nikki and I were watching with Lachlan that movie Sing. And in the movie Sing, there's a gorilla, and he has a dad. He's played by what's his name? He played Elton John in the Elton John Rocket Man movie. But Goblin Loot Lord, am I not real? Sorry, Goblin, I hate to break it to you. But they had the young gorilla. He's an amazing singer, but his dad, played by Idris Elba, is in prison during the film. And like, that's it. At the end of the whole film, while his son's singing the song, he hears it and he breaks out. Taron Egerton, that's right. That's what it is. But while he's singing his song, he breaks out of the prison and runs off so he can see his son performing. And it's a sweet moment. People were calling for that movie to be boycotted because there were gorillas in prison. And clearly that was a racist dog whistle trying to compare prison inmates to monkeys and gorillas, implying that it was supposed to be like a 1-to-1 like calling Idris Elba because he played a gorilla, calling him a gorilla, and therefore a monkey, which is racist. We're like, no, you're the one that said that. He's just a gorilla. It's not more complicated than that. He's just a gorilla. That's it. It doesn't have to be like some weird thing. Yeah, like my favorites. My boss had a talk with me about saying I aped some code, saying it was racist. For the love of God, yeah. So, like this stuff. At the end of the day, there's sometimes that it's just like, I try to be progressive, to be as supportive as I can of disenfranchised groups, of minorities, everything. I'll do my part, absolutely. And I'm proud to be an advocate in that way. But I do think we have to call out crazy when we see it. And sometimes you can have well-intentioned crazy, and you can go a little too far by trying to be like offended on other people's behalf. And you know, it's just not helpful. And so like this whole thing, like, yeah, no, that ban all Harry Potter stuff because the people that run the whatever bank in the world of Harry Potter happen to be a race of goblins. It's like, they're just goblins, dude. Like, like chill out. They're just goblins. It doesn't have to be more than that. Like, just relax. It's okay. Like, yeah, in the Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, in that film, the White Witch's general is a black minotaur. Are we saying that if your skin is dark and black, that you are akin to a bull/human hybrid? No, he's just a minotaur. He's just a minotaur. I hate to break it to you. That's all it is. Or like the White Witch. Ah, yes. So clearly white people are all magic users who use Turkish delight to tempt little boys into their castle. Or she's just a witch that wears white. Sometimes it's just that simple. Like sometimes that's all it is. I swear to God. All James McAvoys are goat people. Exactly. That one is true, though. That one is true. Did someone say Turkish Delight? Yeah. I tried Turkish Delight after seeing The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe back in the day. Oh, DTF. Yeah, you're kind of right. White women, Michael Jackson kind of did the same thing. They looked very similar. That's kind of true. I kid you not. The first time I ever saw, or I ever remember seeing a picture of Michael Jackson, I was probably like 8 or 9. So this was in like the mid 2000s when he was at like full plastic surgery. People like were making fun of him for being so feminine looking. I saw him. I thought that was like a woman. I thought it was a woman. And I remember asking my dad, who's she? Because he was on TV doing like a press conference or something for like the child abuse charges he was facing or something. And my dad was like, no, that's Michael Jackson. I was like, your name's Michael. But her name is Michael? And they're like, no, it's a man. He's had plastic surgery. So she's a man named Michael? Like, I remember being little and my brain could not comprehend it. I was just like, I don't understand. I saw that Michael Jackson was a woman when I was like 6'2". Yeah. I mean, if you grew up in like the mid 2000s when he had gone fully down the rabbit hole and was, face deep in plastic surgery, it was going to happen. Because, I mean, everybody, even people like in his direct circle were like, I think you went too far, dude. Like, your face is pretty screwed up now. It's pretty rough. Pretty rough if we're being real. Let's see if I can find... It was like one specific picture that I remember seeing. It was a picture kind of like this. My face is behind it. It was a picture kind of like this, where I was like, this is like that looks like a woman. It's like, I don't think I was a bigot for thinking as a little kid that was a woman. Like chin implants, cheekbone implants, nose reconstructed, like. And like, look at how skinny and gaunt he is. Like, there is no fat or even barely any muscle on his body. Like for real, dude. He kind of looked like a walking corpse for the last 10 years of his life. It was pretty sad to see. I mean, it's just somebody who destroyed their body with plastic surgery. It might have been like this picture. Yeah. It's just sad. You either die the hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain, or you die suspected of being a villain, and then it's later revealed that you had inappropriate relationships with children almost conclusively. The whole Leaving Neverland thing made me really uncomfortable, though, because it's like I personally don't feel super comfy with being like, yeah, this guy's been dead for like a decade. Now let's get all this out into the air. It's like, it just feels kind of weird, you know. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels weird. Especially because it's like, what are we supposed to do with that information? Like, does this mean that you should just not talk about him? Should you not listen to his music, or is the music like part of the zeitgeist now? Is it beyond him? Because I think generally, like, the idea that art kind of transcends the artist, I like that, but I don't know. It wasn't conclusive. I think it was enough that you could very likely... well, maybe not. I don't think you could take him to trial and convict him. I think and that's mainly because of procedural stuff, like that they had testified on his behalf back in the 2005 trial, things like that. I don't think you could build a case in court to convict him of anything. But there's a lot of stuff, a lot of circumstantial stuff going on with him that if you look at it in a vacuum, I don't know how you come to any other conclusion than, at the very least, he was kind of a weird and creepy guy, especially towards kids. Like, I'm telling you as a father, if I found out that, let's just take like my neighbor who is like 40, okay? If I took my neighbor and I found out that my neighbor wanted to have Lachlan, when he's 5 or 6 years old, wanted to have Lachlan come over to his house and sleep in his bedroom with him, that would not be okay. I would bust a cap. Like, we'd have a problem. And then if I found out that he was having Lachlan sleep in his bed with him, that would be a major problem. And this is all things that Michael Jackson admitted to doing. But he said it was loving, and it's because he sees the face of God in children, and that's ignorant. It's just supposed to be love. It's all love. It doesn't matter. Like, he's a 40-year-old man sleeping in his bed with children. That's freaking weird. It's weird. And if you're going to defend and be like, well, no, it's not that weird. Well, it's because he didn't have a childhood. It's like, if I had caught him doing that with my son, he wouldn't have a lot of things. Like, I'm just telling you, like, that's never acceptable. Like, and it's why a lot of people say, like, well, Michael Jackson kind of groomed the world. And I think that that's largely true. Like, a lot of what he did was that he pitched himself as this totally harmless, loving, sweet, high-pitched, feminine man that would never harm a child and love children. And so when he was doing weird things with kids, Like, what? No, Michael Jackson would never do anything like that. He loves kids. I was like, yeah, that's the problem. That's exactly. Yeah, he slept with random. He admitted on like Oprah that he would have children a lot of the time from Make-A-Wish who wanted to meet him. They would come and stay with him at Neverland on his property. And then he would regularly have sleepovers with them where they would stay in his room with them. They would read books, play games all night. And then when they slept, they would all get in his bed and they would all hunker together under the sheets and sleep. Now, when you think of Michael Jackson as like a 7-year-old Peter Pan character, yeah, I can see how that doesn't sound that threatening. He was like 45 years old. Again, literally any other person on the planet, you would be calling for this guy to be locked up. But because it's Michael Jackson, people are like, no, it's fine. And that's the thing. You have to remove the bias from yourself, and you got to look at it critically and just say, okay, anybody else, would I be okay with this? No. So that means you're special pleading. That means you're making a special exception. And that's when you realize like you have a bias maybe that you weren't aware of. And that's when you have to kind of shake it off and be like, okay, no. If it was anybody else, this would not be okay. So it's not okay for this person to have your child over and sleep in his bed with him. Because like, even if that's all that happened, that's still freaking weird. I don't care who it is. Even if they're just sleeping in the bed, having snacks and reading books until they fall asleep in his bed as a 45-year-old man, that's weird. Doesn't matter. No, that's ignorant. I remember one of the documentaries about MJ. One of the victims were called to police that MJ had a distinct birthmark in his private place. The police took photos for their investigation. It was there. Yes, I have heard that as well, where the witness and the victim was able to demonstrate clearly that there was a unique identifier, let's just say, on Michael Jackson's anatomy, and that it was confirmed to be there, which is pretty clear. And then, Michael Jackson, after the fact, paid like $25 million to get the family to walk away. Probably. He said it was because he just wanted to be done with it, but probably it's just because he was really freaking worried. But that was in the civil suits. But anyway. You can't be blinded by music. It's just sound. I say the parents should get locked up too. In some cases, what the parents, like, it was willful ignorance. But again, it was like just the idea that Michael Jackson was a special circumstance. Like, he was larger than life. It was like he was a superhuman. People just didn't even begin to consider that he could possibly be a creep. Whereas, like, again, you just flip it and you say, okay, if my Uncle Dave were having like local children come and stay at his house and sleep over, you would call the police. But because Michael Jackson, no, that's ignorant. I love children. I see the face of God in children. Have you been in my wishing tree, Shimona? It's where I go when I like to dream. You should look in my wishing tree. Blanket. Whose children were these? Yeah, like I said, Make-A-Wish children, or just fans. Like, if you watch Leaving Neverland, you'll see kind of how it worked. Like, he finds one kid that was popular, won a dance contest in his local town, so he invited him to his concert, and then went over and stayed and had dinner with them and his family. Started calling them, invited them to go on vacation with him just for fun. And slowly but surely, the abuse kind of starts and it picks up. And for me, the concerning thing is little stuff like in Neverland, he had in the movie theater that they had there, he had like private rooms with one-way windows and locks on the doors and things. and like a bed on the floor. The maid that cleaned up at the property attested to seeing Michael and like little boys in the hot tubs naked, like regularly, like just all sorts of stuff. Where again, if you found that out about Jeff Bezos, you'd be like, yeah, he probably drinks their blood too. But with Michael Jackson, you're like, no, he's cool. It's just silly. Oh man. He also had the house ready to alert him if people were coming. Yeah. Like if they started walking down the hallway towards his bedroom, bells would ring. Bathing suits are uncomfy though. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's also concerning, but what is interesting to me is the idea that he possibly did that to experience a childhood. In a way, like either way, there's no way. You listen to Michael Jackson talk for 10 seconds and you can tell this guy has a suite of mental disorders. Like there's so many weird things going on in his head. And like you see him decorating his house and it's all covered in like Peter Pan memorabilia because he wanted to be Peter Pan. He was terrified of growing old. They have him on like taped recordings talking to his spiritual advisor saying, you know, she says, well, would you rather die right now or live to be an old man? And he said, you don't want to know my answer. And like he was horrified of aging. That's why, like, honestly, the stuff he was doing with, you know, taking crazy amounts of drugs and stuff, it might have been just like a slow attempt at offing himself to be real. God doesn't have a face. Well, it's because it's the children. That's where his face went. It's the children. The body identified was never proven to be there. Hence, the cops never brought it up again. That would have been hard evidence of a crime. Was never proven to be there. Yeah. See, like these things are so tricky, and you think about it, and it's like you have to demonstrate so many little bitty things, and this all happened on private property, and a lot of the time, it's like one person testifying that this other person did something behind closed doors. It's like, okay, it's really hard to prove a case with he said, she said. You can later have like maids and people coming forward, but in a lot of cases, those people didn't come forward until after he died. For one, because they know how rabid Michael Jackson fans are. So they didn't want to deal with that and the media and the press. Understandable. They could ruin your life. And then also, like if they're working for Michael Jackson, they don't want to come out and talk crap about him because they know like they'll lose their job. And they have a family. So they just, maybe I didn't see what I thought I saw. And they go about their business. They just don't think about it. Yeah, again, none of this makes what he did okay. He had screws loose. My issues with the parents. Why are you letting your kids sleep in a grown man's house? Yeah. Yeah, there is no such thing as a billionaire who's also a good person. I don't know. I've met some stupid wealthy people that I think are good people and do a lot of good. I think you have to have a certain set of skills to become very, very wealthy. And I think it's a lot easier to become wealthy if you're cutthroat and not too concerned with screwing people over. But I do think part of the reason that a lot of people demonize the wealthy is because a lot of people have never met like a stupidly wealthy person because they tend to be very private. But having met a lot of them, like there's no difference between you and me and them. They're people. The difference is usually that they just like, they know how to be rich. And that sounds weird, but it's a different mindset. It's weird. And of course you have to have money to begin with to have the mindset of knowing how to be rich, but it's just a different animal where there's constant considerations of like tax implications of decisions and purchases. They're constantly investing in different projects. Like it's a different animal. It's a different way of living. Are they born this way? Yeah. Just like Lady Gaga. Bill Gates. Yeah, I do think Bill Gates is a decent person. I think he's just a giga nerd. Same with like Steve Jobs. I think Steve Jobs would be a really tough boss to have because he's so eccentric. But Steve Jobs was somebody who I think would have been or at the end of his life in the last like 10 years. Prior to that, I think he was a real dick, but the last 10 years of his life, I think he was trying to be a really good guy, good father. And I think he largely succeeded in that. Like the stories of him in the 80s and 90s, he was pretty horrible. He was like an actual horrible person. But towards the end of his life, like he came back to Apple and he started a family and he kind of like started to try to figure it out. Bill Gates, I don't know, he strikes me as somebody who, like, again, he could be giving, or he could just be keeping his money, but instead he's giving all of it away. Warren Buffett, I think Warren Buffett's probably the best example of somebody who's a really good guy and is worth over $100 billion. And he's a really good guy and he's worth that amount, not because he screwed people over, but simply because he made like super smart investments and he manages other people's money. He lives in like a very like a middle-class neighborhood with middle-class income and a house that's he's owned since like the 80s. He drives like a 20-year-old car to work. This guy's worth over $100 billion. So Warren Buffett, I think, is the best example of somebody who is extremely grounded for being as wealthy as he is. He also lives in like Omaha, Nebraska. That dude could be living in whatever giga mansion he wants to live in. But instead he's like, nope, I don't need to live in a big house. I'm happy where I am. And all of his money is going to charity when he dies. All of it. He already has it set up in trusts and stuff, so he's not going to be keeping it. He also started off relatively middle class. Yeah, like he had a decent home life, but he also, like, there's no way of denying it. He just made really smart investment decisions. He went and offered to work for Benjamin Graham for free. And honestly, like, if you start at 20 investing like $5,000 to $10,000 and then you just make a point where you're like, for the next 30 years, every spare penny, I'm just going to be investing because that's your passion. You will be freakishly wealthy by the time you're 70, 80 years old, like he is. But it takes discipline and you have to make that your priority. A lot of people, they don't have that as their priority, and that's fine. You don't have to be like, my life's mission is to be worth over $100 million. That's okay. Don't make that your priority. That's totally fine. You might end up being way happier than the guy that made that his priority. But the one thing you have to realize about Warren Buffett is like his whole thing is like trying to he's been obsessive about investing and growing and compounding his investments since he was like 12 years old. If you read some of his sort of introspections and autobiographical writings, you'll hear all sorts of stuff. He was like a giga nerd from early on. We're talking about Warren Buffett. Wealth can certainly stay generational. It is possible with the right tool sets and a little bit of discipline. And I think there is an element of natural born intelligence, unfortunately. But if you have those elements, I think anybody could become worth over $1 million by the time they're 45, 50 years old. And I really do believe that. But like the reason I say like genetic intelligence, like to be born, what I mean is like if you are somebody that literally is incapable of working a job other than like McDonald's, working minimum wage, you will never be a millionaire. I'm just going to be like, let's not beat around the bush. It's just not going to happen. But if you are capable of like learning certain things about like networking and IT, and you're like, hey, I don't have a college degree, but I'm going to work on your servers and I'm going to keep your business operations running. They'll pay you decent money. And then if you go and you take that and every month you put $500 into your IRA, and then you put another $500 that you save up every month with a side hustle or something, and you put that into the stock market, into carefully selected stocks that you hold long term, you'll be worth more than $1 million, certainly by the time you reach like 45, if you start that in your 20s. you'll do it. Like it's a matter of math. There's no question. You can do it. It just takes the discipline, a little bit of know-how to be like, okay, well, where do I put my money and how, like, what do I do with it? And then, you know, the hard work of going and working the job that pays enough that you have money left over at the end of the month. And part of that is living within your means too, which is probably the trickiest thing for Americans right now. Like, honestly, if you can get by, and that's kind of what I mean, like they know how to be rich. Some people, like some of the wealthiest people I know, are the least flashy when it comes to things that they use in like their day-to-day. So like they don't usually have the newest phones, they don't have the nicest clothes, they don't fly in first class if they can help it, unless it's for like a special occasion or it's a like tax write-off. So there's a lot of really interesting things that go on with those types of people where they just think about things a little different. They're like, I could buy a phone, or I could buy another $1,000 of obsidian energy, you know. So it seems unfair to make it so difficult, though. Like it's why I like the social democracy model, where everyone is given the chance for free education and means to succeed. I do agree, free education, it seems like a no-brainer, especially if we're alleging that like the US and Europe has the capacity to be some of the best countries in the world. It seems like the minimum we could do is provide quality education. But I don't think it's that hard, if I'm being honest. Like, I think the biggest thing is that people are never taught. And then also the clearest thing I can say is that if you hate wealthy people, you should not be surprised when you never become one. That's as simple as I can make it. If you hate anybody who's worth over $1 million or a billionaire, you know, and you think the only way somebody could get there is if they're an evil, immoral person, yeah, you're never going to be there, because you've already tied in your brain that if you ever reach that, something went wrong. So you're going to live your life effectively avoiding that. So you shouldn't be surprised when you have no money if you actively hate it. Of course, that's no surprise. But if you instead say, money's a great tool. Everybody loves more money. Like, money's an amazing thing. It can be used and abused, certainly, but more money is certainly better than less money. Okay, money doesn't buy happiness, but it sure helps. And with that, like, as long as you change your attitude and you're like, okay, having money is not a bad thing. I do want more money. How am I going to do that? Then it's about like taking those steps to learn. Like, okay, well, what is an IRA? Do I pick between a traditional IRA or a Roth IRA? What does that look like? Should I use Fidelity? Should I try to manage it myself? Should I go and make these contributions at $500, or should I downgrade my phone plan so I can make a $600 contribution every month or every 2 months or whatever it is? And then you just start to figure it out, and then you stick to your plan and you do it. Like, I had to start saving that way at the beginning of this year. I was like, okay, time's passing by. I need to do this. So I just set it where I pay myself, on X day of the month, literally the midnight of the next day. So, or like 1 a.m. the next day, I have my investment money pulled out of my checking account. So I can never spend it. I can't touch it. It's gone before I notice it. And then it goes off and it goes into like whatever little retirement trust account. And if anything ever happens to me, that money can go to Lachlan and it can go to Nikki, so they can do what they need to do to be protected. And, because I'm really bad at being disciplined like that. So I just had to set it up. So even if I wanted to spend that money, I can't, because it's gone before I can touch it. Should I buy food or rent? Well, and this is the thing, Bep, that I was saying, like the prerequisite is that you have to have that excess money to start saving and investing. Eventually, like, I'd say honestly, nowadays, if you're at the point where you have like $100,000 in savings, which is a lot, especially for people who are young, that at that point, like, your money's starting to compound heavily enough that you'll start to see it really grow. And you'll be like, oh, this month my wealth grew by $2,000 and I didn't touch it. That's pretty cool. So that can happen and that can help a lot, but it's not that easy to get there. It takes time. But that's part of the reason why, like, you have to have the job that pays you enough that you can start to save that money. And certainly helps if you get like a small loan from your dad of $1 million, or, you know, you get an inheritance. I have a friend who got an inheritance from like his wife's side and pocketed like a huge chunk of cash, and they haven't done anything with it. They haven't invested it. They haven't bought real estate. They haven't done anything with it. It drives me crazy. But, sometimes, you know, people get lucky like that and that money passes down generationally, and that's, you know, good for them, whatever. Not everybody's going to have that benefit, and you can't assume you get that benefit. So you have to like plan for the worst, hope for the best, and just get to work. 63% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. Absolutely. And that is a major issue. And that's why, like, I have no problem. If it's one of the most stupid things when people say like, oh, well, if you raise the minimum wage, then these people will start making more, and then businesses will have to raise their prices. I'm like, yes, they will raise their prices. That's true. I'm willing to pay more for my day-to-day expenses if it means that my fellow man will live a better life. Why wouldn't I want to do that? I thought that this was the land of the free, home of the brave, and this was like, we're supposed to be trying to build the best country we can. Why are we getting so greedy and evil now? Like, you know, it's insane. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, nothing brave about 7.25 minimum. Yeah, for real, dude. It's insane. It's insane. That's why I like, and young people are really opposed to that stuff, so. You can only be rich if others are poor. It's literally not possible for capitalism to work the way that you think. I think we will have fundamental disagreements with this, because like whether we're talking about the liquidity of the stock market and like net worths tied up in securities that are liquid like that, and we're comparing that to like the net worth of individuals who are living paycheck to paycheck, I think we're fundamentally talking about different things. And the type of thing where it's like, nope, can't be rich as long as Jeff Bezos has whatever billions. He's not sitting on a pile of cash. He has a bunch of pieces of paper effectively that altogether are worth this amount, because we've decided that that's what the company's worth when you split it up into individual shares. It's a myth that just because you are not, or just because there is a billionaire out there, that you are now disadvantaged. For one, I think that that's just fundamentally an unhelpful attitude to have. Like, again, if you hate the idea of wealth, like, don't complain when you don't have any. So like, even if it is true that, yeah, like if it's absolutely true that like if a billionaire's son is starting out and turns 18, he's probably going to be worth $1 billion when he inherits that money. And by the time he dies at whatever age, yeah, the money's probably staying with him. Absolutely. But if you're going to be like, well, I'm just not even going to try because there are billionaires out there, like, cry me a river. You know, at some point you got to say, screw it. Look at Trump. I don't even know what that means. Look at Mao Zedong. You know, like, I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Like, yes, there are very privileged and spoiled wealthy people. We agree. My point is that, like, it gets you nowhere to just blindly be like, oh, well, it's unfair, so I'm not going to play. Okay, yeah, well, more money for us. Like, if you don't want to play, then you're not going to play. Finding work before YouTube. Yeah, Jay, the finance degree did help with, like, corporate real estate. It made like pitching to clients pretty easy, because when I said like, hey, listen, I have a bachelor's degree in finance, this deal works, like this deal, the math works out. You're sitting at a 6 cap with, you know, the appreciation levels that we're seeing. You're going to be profitable within 6 months as long as you keep your capex under this level, and with the management rate at say 8% of gross rents. All of this ties together. you can probably do some quick flips. You'll make $1 million over the course of like 2 years. You'll be fine. And when I tell people that, and then they hear that in the context of having a finance degree as well, I can show them the numbers, but also having the degree makes people very like, okay, yeah, no, I believe you. I trust you. And when you're young, that goes a long way. That was the issue, is like, when you're young and you're talking to a 60-year-old guy who wants to buy an apartment building, he doesn't look at you as being like having information that he needs. He looks at you as the dummy that he's going to teach. But like, if you come in and like he's lived his life as a farmer and he's just scrimped and saved, or a plumber or something, and you come in and you're like, yeah, I'm educated in this field, so you can trust me with what I'm going to describe to you. You have your talents, I have mine. Let's work together. That works way better. So I think that helped. As we only have home loan as a debt, we just don't spend stupidly, except for my 4090 and custom keyboards. We live within our means. Yeah. Well, that goes a long way. It's been our current struggle is to, like you guys know, I sold my car. I had a car that I got back when I was driving to Denver for the corporate real estate job I had. And I love that car. It was great. It was a 2019 Honda Accord. Had like lane keep assist. So like if you're driving on the highway, it would keep within its lane. It was so nice. Oh, I miss that car. But we sold it because I looked at it and I was like, I have a car payment on this and I pay car insurance and I drive it maybe once or twice a week. If I sell this, I'm going to be bummed because now I can't just leave the house whenever. If Nikki's off running an errand or has a play rehearsal or something, I'm stuck at home. That sucks. But would I rather that inconvenience and investing the $500-$700 a month that I'm saving? Would I rather do that or have the car once or twice a week? That convenience. And I decided to sacrifice the convenience and my love of that car in exchange for making an investment in my future. And as a result, like already, you know, that's resulted in thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars that are being put into savings for the future. Because I also want to make sure, like, when Lachlan grows up, I want to be able to pay and help him go to college. I think what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to do the thing where I'm like, I'll pay your tuition so long as you maintain like a B+ average or a B average. But you're going to pay your own living expenses and you're going to work through college to pay for your living expenses. I'll pay your education, but you're going to pay to live. Because I think that strikes a good balance. I noticed like the kids that get everything paid for usually were pretty spoiled. And the kids that, like me, didn't have any help really struggled to get across the finish line. So I think if you meet in the middle, I think that's a good way to do it. That's my idea, though. Let's see. Do you think what the British government did to America in the 1700s was morally wrong? Side? No, I'm British, so I will be offended. What the British government did to America in the 1700s. I'm assuming, like, if you just mean, like, I don't know, maybe it's unpatriotic. Like, by definition, we, to secede and break free from the British, we rebelled. And, you know, there were the loyalists, there were the rebels, and the patriots. And of course, in America, we have very much romanticized the rebels and the act of rebellion. But I think that's why in the South, there is a major sort of, it's almost like a rebellion fetish. Like, it's just cool to go against like the big powerful government that's like imposed over you. And so in America, there's this general attitude that like you're more American the less you cooperate with the federal government or with the president or with any sort of authority. And I don't find that helpful. I don't think that actually helps cultivate a healthier society. I think it just leads to more chaos a lot of the time. I don't know how I got on that. The UK blew a 13 colony lead. That's a permanent L. No coming back from there. Yeah, you guys dropped the ball, man. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I think the UK certainly has gone from being like a kingdom of controlling like and ruling over a third of the global population, and now they have an island. You know, like you guys did kind of drop the ball. You guys were doing great, and then you just totally spaced. I guess you do sort of have Canada and Australia, sort of. Sorry, I mean I guess that's something. You know? Oh man. Might be a personal question, but how expensive is having a kid? Like, I don't have one, but just wondering if I did, how much that would mess up my home paid off in 7 years plan. Honestly, like, there's the initial expense of like, okay, let's get a crib and a dresser and a changing table, and then there's like wipes and diapers and stuff. But like, you know, we went on Facebook Marketplace. We got all used furniture from like the neighborhood next door. And so like his whole nursery setup was like maybe $200 all told. And then we decorated it up, got it looking nice. And then like diapers, yeah, those can get expensive over time, but like month to month, all told, like it probably only adds to our monthly budget by like $150-$200. And now as he's getting older, he just eats what we eat. If his grandma was over with him last night while I was finishing the Callisto Protocol stuff, and his grandma ordered a pizza, and he just ate a piece of pizza. He just ate a piece of pizza. He downed it. Then he drank his Wawa, and then he went to bed. So like they get actually easier. I don't know. Do you speak any other languages? The only language I learned and studied in school was Latin, because I went to a classical high school. Real useful, right? It's actually useful in like if I were a lawyer, it would be useful, or like if I went into medicine, it would be really useful, because all those terms, you know, jurisprudence, ceteris paribus, you know, all Latin. So like that would have been actually very useful, but being a YouTuber, it hasn't really helped. The one thing, my critiques and reviews and stuff are structured in a very specific way, though, and that way is based around the classical form of argumentation. So the same way that like Aristotle wrote his premises and arguments and stuff, that's the same way that I write my stuff. And I think it's why a lot of people find them clear and easy to understand, because I try to outline it very, very clearly. So I guess that's a cool thing. Vox Populi, dude, I miss BioShock. I'm so disappointed Callisto Protocol isn't as good as I wanted it to be. I'm actually also a little surprised at the reviews. I'm proud of gaming journalists for giving it such negative scores on PC. Some PC versions have gotten like scores of like 5 out of 10. That's crazy. That's crazy. But I'm proud of them doing it, because like you cannot tolerate this crap. You have to call this out. Otherwise, like they'll just keep doing it. This needed, I don't know how tricky it is. You guys were saying like they'd have to go in and manually do like a batch render of the shaders to get that prepped. I understand that that's tedious and annoying to do. But like you're seeing now, Digital Foundry's calling the game unplayable. And that's your fault. Like they could have fixed that. Give it another month delay. Put it out in January. It sucks, yes, but put it out a month later and just cache the shaders. You'll be so happy you did. For the love of God. Like, it's amazing to me that they didn't do it. Even Shillip didn't recommend it. I was shocked. Yeah, for real. Me too. He said, should you play this? Nar. Go play Evil West. Like, okay, dude. But with that, we've been going 4 hours, over 4 hours actually. So I'm gonna call it there. I really appreciate you guys. This was a nice, fun, chill hangout. Unfortunately, the Callisto Protocol sucks donkey stuff. So I am going to call it there. I'm gonna go eat some lunch and hang out with the baby. He's actually probably down for a nap right now, but what are you gonna do? The chat's catching up. Sorry, it's doing its thing. See how active you guys are? See all of this? Isn't this great? Look how active you guys are. That's wild. I'll just put clips of this going on the YouTube channel, and people are like, wow, he's such a crazy chat. That's crazy. We're Why do we hate Shill Up? Is there a beef? No, there's not really a beef. It's just funny. Like everybody, it goes back to just people being like, oh, but like, so Luke doesn't like it, but Skill Up, it's unintentional now. Skill Up liked it. I'm like, okay, like, cool. What do you want me to do with that information? Awesome. Yeah, exactly. Hold on.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Yeah, seriously. We just kind of joke around. He does great stuff. I don't know if he would say I do great stuff too, but he makes great videos and great reviews, and all the love to him. He's had some interesting opinions recently that I have disagreed with in terms of evaluations of games, but honestly, that's fine. We're different people. He should just do the rename and be done with it. It honestly would be pretty funny. Skill Up, it's right there. I mean, it's teed up for you. It's just a nice little bloop, and you can sync it. It's so clear. I don't know how he didn't see that coming. Skill Up, Shill Up. Oh. Anyway, I'm getting to the point where our channel's getting big enough that we could actually have like a boxing match. That could actually be kind of funny. Like, box Yang Ya for charity. And, we could definitely raise like a ton of money for like missing and exploited children or like some really good charity. And then like right after, either he knocks me out or I knock him out. But either way, we're turning to the camera, whoever wins, looking the camera dead in the eye and saying, Yang out. And then walking away. Because if I knock him out, Yong's out. If he knocks me out, Yong's out. He's leaving the stadium as a winner. It'd be great. Can you imagine if he actually did that? How tall am I? I am a full, solid, girthy 6 foot. 6. I know everybody who's 5'11" says they're 6 foot, but I'm actually 6 foot. This is one of those rare cases where I'm actually telling the truth. So, hate to be the bother, but yeah, Liver King out. Yeah, dude, I just heard that he was confirmed as actually doing like tens of thousands of dollars worth of steroids. I'm like, is this news? Like, we all know that he is. Yeah, Tom Cruise, isn't he like, he was taller than I thought. I think he's like 5'8" or something. But everybody thinks he's short, and so that makes him short, $12,000 a month. Yeah, dude. Meanwhile, all this time he's been saying that it's only because he eats liver and nothing but meat. It's like everybody takes one look at you and they're like, no, that doesn't happen. And a lot of it was human growth hormone too. That makes it all the better. It's like he's like, he's going hard, man. Skill Up 6'5". Good for him. Aussies are taller than Americans. It's because they're upside down on the planet, so they stretch. That's how it works. Cobra out. Yeah, that's most definitely what's up. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for chilling with me. Much love. I love you all. Hugs and kisses. Stay safe out there. I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Go watch the review. Bye-bye.